Marco, we really appreciate you, buddy. We aren't even live yet. You're like, hey. I'm like, oh, shit. You came in early.
Ready today.
We appreciate your support.
Uh-huh.
How's everybody doing? What's up, Facebook?
Hey, Facebook. Hey,
It
YouTube.
was hot today.
It's going to be hotter tomorrow.
Well, don't know. Love getting random messages.
Well, yeah. Be like, hello? Is it me you are looking for?
I didn't see it. Hello.
Hey, Adam. Hey, Zach.
What's up, Adam? What's up, Zach? What's up, Tracy?
Hey, Tracy.
I was out working on some projects today. Just ask Mr. Zach. I am beat.
Well, it was hot outside, and then it was hotter in the garage, and then you also had your forge going because you're insane. So,
well, you know, glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
Welcome back over here, Zach.
Hey, Zach.
You know, working tonight, buddy. You're welcome, man. Just doing what I do. Multiple projects going on at once. You know. You know how it is. Well, so with the knife making, it's really hard because like you've got processes that take time. So it's like, well, I have one process going. Well, what else am I going to do? Work on something else. And there's multiple processes that are like that. Oh, nice! Congrats, man.
Yeah, I'm sure you're happy to have a weekend off.
Michael from Fight or Flight Leatherworks decided to make a badass worry coin, worry stone out of some thick leather. Came out very nice. I'm hoping he joins us tonight. He may have to work. So. And I got pictures of projects that I was working on today, but unfortunately, I can't really show them on Facebook because they're on Facebook. So. Oh, that sounds gross, especially with the job you do. Busy as a beaver. Blue, stop licking.
Busier than a cat trying to bury it.
Whoa.
Busier than a cat trying to bury its shit on concrete.
That's right. Ugh. Gross.
Working on the night 12. Chris is tired of my shenanigans.
So I started out making this monstrosity to melt some brass. I already had that done before I started today. Zach's axe, which I still need to profile, but we're getting there. Cut up some 1095 bar. Gonna do some forged pry bars. It's all my 5160 that I'm gonna be making knives out of. That is also 5160 from a spring. So I had to flatten those out, and I'll be making some stuffs out of those. And then this was after heating up in the forge to hopefully do some casting. And I noticed that's the 5160 spring. Noticed that it wasn't really melted, but it looks cool. So that's brass. So, been a busy day. What's up, Harrison?
Hey, Harrison.
And with it being like 90 degrees outside and then having the forge going, like,
hey, Brandon.
It was hot. What's up? Be more. Yeah, I was drenched in sweat. I had to come in several times from working out in the shop, and it's going to be hotter on Sunday. So
Tomorrow and Sunday.
I'm not going to be out in the shop tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying it's
I'll
gonna
be
be hot.
I'll be out on Sunday, and holy moly, Batman! That's here tomorrow. What, 90 degrees? Yeah, it was like 85 today, but it felt like 89. And then this weekend, the high is supposed to be 90, and who knows what it will feel like.
Over 100.
Oh, I'm sure.
Times like this, whenever I wish we had a pool, like this is the only time.
Yep. She gonna be hot. Anybody want a healer for free? We'll ship them. They'll get lost by USPS.
Mm-hmm. He's not really free because he has to have medication. But
Yeah. So
I'll give you the prescription information.
Yeah.
Who's sitting there like, hey.
Listen. I don't have to threaten to ship you off.
You know he doesn't like to listen.
Yeah, I know.
Also, healer.
I know. How's the job been going, Zach? Oh no. Well, that is officially the dumbest thing I've ever read. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Paul.
What's up, Jen? What's up,
Jenny.
Rose?
Hey, Rose.
No, you're not going outside. You just want to go outside so you can eat stuff off the ground. Lay down. We're not doing this tonight.
I just want to go eat stuff that he's not supposed to eat, like grass.
Well, I mean, that's good that it hasn't been slow. Makes for a long night. For a long day. Hope you're doing well, Brandon. I did a video today in UDT and I showed off your hank you made for us. So. I'm sure your emotions went from, yeah, no, really? That's funny. Called it. Oh, jeez. Did you call him a dumbass? You should
I was gonna say, like,
hit the stomach. Did you rub some dirt on it and tell him to go home? Or go to bed or whatever the situation was.
walk it off.
Exactly. Rub some dirt on it. You is a bitch. Walk it off. How dumb, too. I shot myself with a BB gun. Call 911.
Back in my day, you just grew up with a BB in your leg or wherever, and you fucking liked it.
Exactly.
Like, that's just what it is. What it is. Like,
Well, it might have actually pierced his stomach, so. But I did make fun. Kids are soft nowadays.
I went to school with a couple of guys that one of them had a BB in his leg, and then the other one had a BB in his arm, I think. And it was like they're like, yeah, I was like 6 years old, and this happened, and this we were like a freshman in high school, still there,
Good shit.
like wasn't causing them any issues. So they said, meh.
The only time that it would cause an issue is if you had to have an MRI.
Yeah,
And it would probably come out. So problem solved. Might hurt a little bit, but
wife has one in her back. See,
see? I absolutely believe that. Feel like she took the first shot. Yeah. A lot of work went into that. Got it pretty bright. There's a bunch of people tonight. Brian and Paul, P&W. A message folks like, hey, whatever you're doing, it's not more important.
stop what you're doing right now.
Come watch us be buffoon on YouTube.
Yeah, well, I'm not the only one on YouTube. I don't know. You scared everybody away, I guess.
I don't know, bro. Don't know.
It's you and Marco on YouTube.
Yeah, Marco, he's a lurker.
Mm.
But he's our lurker. And he's always here.
Exactly.
So he's alive. So that knife show that I was thinking about doing in Louisiana in September, Tony's going to be there. He's actually like the spokesperson for the show.
Nice.
Like, I can finally meet you and shake your hand. He's in Louisiana, so it makes sense. He didn't get a chance to make the blade this year. I was really disappointed. I like the game that we play every year. Try and find him so I can meet him and shake his hand. And I never get to. It's a fun game.
Ultimate hide and seek.
It's classic Blade. What's up, Lance?
Hey,
Happy
Lance.
birthday.
Oh yeah, happy birthday. Not bad.
Well, you went slow on that.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. Hope it was a good day. You said maybe you hit 60 degrees. Is that what you were saying, Lance? Because that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
I'll trade you. Oh my god, sounds amazing. It was 85 here, and it felt like 90. But we had a cool breeze, so when I walked out of the shop with the forge going, it actually felt really good. Like I would walk out of the shop and just go, oh.
At least it was breezy, so it didn't really feel
No, it
terrible
didn't. It did not
outside.
feel terrible. Your day starts with yeah, fair. I mean, that's better than working 8 or more. Whew, that's a lot. Sure, you are tired. Let's see here. I don't think I've hit 30 this week, which is odd because usually between both jobs, well, the job and hobby, usually I work about 40. But I'll start to ramp it up here soon because I've got a meetup the beginning of August, and then the end of August I've got a show. So I gotta have stuffs for sale. I mean, I have some knives right now, but I gotta rework some of them. So, and I got special projects I'm working on, and depending on what USPS says, I may have to remake a knife. So it's
We
I have to hit up Ramon for another product. Can I help you? We said no. Lay down. Animals are driving us nuts.
close the door. He won't stop it.
Yeah, I know. I know. How's Tanya's job going, Zach? And how are the new hives doing? Was like new colonies? What's the best way to put 63 when I got off work, but it wasn't super hot today. That also sounds awesome. You live a little bit further north than we do. So. Oof. A lot. Maybe sore tomorrow from swinging that hammer. But should have some pretty cool things to offer. What's up, Joe? Missed out on show and tell earlier, man. Showing off some of the stuff I was working on today. Hey, what's up, Steve? Tried to smelt some brass shells today. Didn't go very well. Didn't get liquidy, but it's a good start. And then I was working on some 5160 springs and 5160 1095 bar, and making a Viking axe out of a fireman's axe. So still got a long ways to go with this, but the start, this thing was the hardest to cut out. So now it's just shaping, and I gotta clean all the paint off this side. It was good and hot today. It's already been fun. But yes, once he gets done, it should look badass. It's Zach's, Mr. Zay's act. So I got to get it done by the beginning of August. Ish. If I don't want to ship it, I got to get it done by the beginning of August. Shouldn't be an issue. Knock on wood.
Hey, Joe. By the way. Oh, excuse me. It's just been hot here. Yep.
It's been raining for like 10 days, and now it's just. We're supposed to get into the. Tomorrow and Sunday, it's supposed to be in the 90s, but feel like it's in the hundreds. So, yeah, either way. Either I have to bring it with me for the meetup, or I have to take another trip to give it. Either way, I'm going to do that because A, I'm not paying to ship it. B, fuck some USPS.
Yeah.
The chef knife is still MIA. The bottle openers I sent to Indiana is still MIA. The bottle openers I sent to Wisconsin are MIA. P&W's wood is MIA. A knife that I shipped after Blade Show is MIA. My drill bits that I sent to fucking Nashville are MIA. Pissed. And it makes no sense on the drill bits because the 13th they were at the facility in Nashville. The place I'm sending them to is in Nashville. And then from the 13th to the 17th, it said that it's on its way to the next facility. What other facility? There doesn't need to be another facility involved. You just need to take it from the Nashville facility and take it to Milner, which is also in Nashville. That's what I was wondering after the night. And I talked to a lady that's worked at this post office for a while, and I also talked with the postmaster. And he's a G, like he knows his job. And I had him look up the bottle openers and the chef knife, and he's like, honestly, I would just make a claim to get your insurance. Here's another problem. So we paid for extra insurance through Shippo. They use another company for their insurance. So do I make the claim with USPS, or do I make the claim with the company that Shippo uses? If I have to make the claim with the company that Shippo uses, they're asking for all these ridiculous fucking questions that don't matter. Did you get paid for the item? No, I just shipped it out for shits and giggles. Do you have evidence that the post person or postmaster said that you should file a claim? Not in writing. What did you eat for breakfast that morning? I don't fucking know. Give me the insurance claim that I paid for. Like, You want some of my DNA? Like it doesn't have to be this exhaustive. I understand people do dirty things when money's involved. I get that, and there's probably been some like fake claims and shit like that. Like I'm not that guy. I just want to be fairly compensated for the shit that USPS lost. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out, or we won't. I don't know. The drill bits one pisses me off. Let's make things more complicated, or don't. Just do your fucking job. On to the next facility probably means it's coming back to our post office.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time on that chef knife, and I've been paid for it. So my Falk and her husband are waiting for this. They've been waiting since the beginning of May. So we're going on almost 2 months. Now, with the other company that I get insurance through, they want to know how much was paid for said item. Doesn't matter how much was paid for the item. How is that whether the insurance claim will be approved or not?
Yes, we paid for like so much insurance.
I paid for so much insurance. Doesn't matter what the item costs. Give me my money. Well, you paid for X amount and the item only costed X amount. So I paid for the extra insurance. Pay me. Hey, thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. A lot of people have said they really like this hat design. Maybe I have to bring a couple with me to the meetup at Ryan. Class. Also kind of looks like a golf leg. So.
Yeah, a little bit.
Or a baseball leg. Either way. If it had the soup underneath of it, it looked like a baseball leg. But, yeah, it's just I understand there's a lot of hands that are in with the USPS service, and there has to be. I get that. There's automated services, and then there's people that are hand sorting, and like things happen. Also, that kerfluffle that's going on at the Louisville USPS center. I hope some people got fired over that shit. But I digress. Like I understand things happen. But when multiple things happen to one person sending shit in the span of a couple months, like there is a huge, huge problem that needs to be fixed. Thanks, Joe. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Made me feel all warm and fuzzy. And I mean, obviously, pet peeve of mine is when people don't do their jobs and then I have to do extra work because people didn't do their job. The bottle openers to Indiana and Wisconsin, I could have taken a weekend trip and gotten them to the people that they needed to go to. Now, instead, I have to get paid from insurance, then I have to reorder the bottle openers. That's awesome. Did you take a picture? I like turtle. Remember that old video? I like turtle.
Yeah. I like turtle.
Yep. What's going on over here?
Who decided the cat bed is successful?
I mean, that's fine. More so talking about Chewy and Link.
Yeah. Always.
And then Alina trying acupuncture for the first time.
Yeah, we're gonna try acupuncture.
The painted box, cute guy.
Aw.
Aw.
Yep. So I've never done acupuncture before. We will see. It'll be a new experience. It's supposed to be super relaxing. I don't know. But I figure it can't hurt, right?
I this is gonna sound racist, but I hope just for the simple fact of what you're getting done, like I hope the technician is Asian. Because if it's white, it's like, well, do you really know what you're doing?
I'll report back. I'm a pirate.
Oh, AI. Oh, cute little box
Look
turtle.
at that little guy.
Just look at it.
He's like, don't look at me. He's all in his shell.
He's all hidden. Cute little turtle. I can't hit next. I'm gonna do the hard way because Instagram. I like the coloring. Shy little guy.
Yeah.
Don't look at me. Hey, Dad. How are you?
I didn't see you.
Yeah. Corner.
Very right.
Yeah, I couldn't tell in the picture if it was red or orange.
Still a cute little turtle.
I'd love to have a pet turtle. That'd be awesome.
But get one of those, like I showed the TikTok video to you, where she was like, "Don't mess with the couch, not again. Don't push it in the pool again." He would just go chasing after the cats and the dogs.
Which would be pretty funny.
Right.
Also, that turtle's like 150 years old.
Yeah.
Ruby's doing fine. She's still taking her antibiotics, right?
Yep.
So
Till Sunday.
So she'll be doing that till Sunday, and then we'll have to just see how she acts afterwards. But she's acting like she's fine. It's climbing on my shelf. Oh no! Sure, it wasn't a Ninja Turtle.
A teenage.
I'm working on it, man. I'm still fighting with USPS. I'm trying to get all that shit straightened out. But yes, I'm slacking, and I apologize for Gerardo. You don't want to call him Gerardo,
Like Geraldo.
like Geraldo, but it's Gerardo. My bad, man.
I mean, technically, it's Gerard.
Yeah, Gerardo.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also white. Blue stuff looking. I was out in the shop today working on a bunch of stuff, and it was our high was 85 degrees, but it felt like 89, and I had the forge going. I was just drenched in sweat. No, oh, dude! So they lost a chef knife. They lost a package of bottle openers. They lost another package of bottle openers. They've seemingly lost a Chavez knife that I got from Blade Show that was supposed to go to Illinois. So that's 4. They've lost a package that I'm sending to Washington with wood in it for a guy that carves wood. It's curly maple. And they've apparently lost my drill bits that were supposed to go to Nashville so I could get new drill bits. So that's 6 packages since the beginning of May. But one of the packages that I sent in that last round of 4 got delivered up in Wisconsin.
They can send you this one, worst case scenario. I don't know how he'll feel about the color, but like.
Yeah, it's such a mess. And because we use Shippo, I don't know if I can do a claim with USPS or if I have to use the company that our insurance is through with Shippo. And if that's the case, I'm going to have a hell of a time getting paid because they want to ask 85 questions and what my DNA strands look like. So I would recommend that, Joe. Use pirate ship. We've never had an issue with Shippo. We've never had an issue with USPS up until the last couple months.
Yeah.
I've had 2 packages that I've shipped out get lost in Michigan, and that was like, I don't know, 6 years ago, 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I had 1 package that was supposed to be shipped from Texas to me that got lost. So 3 packages over the last 6 years. Now 6 in the last 2 months. I'm not upset. going forward, we definitely won't be using USPS. For that last round of 4, I was like, we'll just see if maybe they've gotten their shit together. Apparently, they have not. About to call the Tennessee postmaster. He's like, hey, bro, you need to get your shit straight. Damn, it's not even my stuff. Call the governor. Like, you need to get a new postmaster on the state level. Tired of my shit getting missing. I'll go with private company. I'll pay extra. At least I know it's getting there. Bastards. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say UPS is the way to go and FedEx. That's the plan. See, the biggest problem though is that where we live at, we have to drive. I believe we have to drive to Columbia for both UPS and FedEx.
You can drive to Lewisburg. The
Or-
Express Pharmacy,
Oh
Their, drop-off location.
For UPS.
I think for both, but I know for UPS for sure.
I forgot about that. The pharmacy in Lewisburg. So that would make things a little bit easier, but it's like, or I could just take it to the post office on my way into work. Like, it's super convenient, but Lewisburg would still be convenient. Like I said, Joe, we've never had an issue like this before in the 6 years that we've shipped shit. Because we started our Facebook group in 2019. Over 6 years, we've had 3 packages that got lost. See, I wasn't sure about that, Dad, because I know that they were advertising that for a while, and I didn't know if they still were or not. So
Yeah, our Dollar General used to have a sign up on their door, but now they don't have it on their door anymore, so I wasn't sure.
yeah, I need some people to start doing the drops better.
Perfect.
I know it's serious. Nothing like getting metal dust and other shit in your lungs and nose. Yes, I have a respirator, and yes, I should have been wearing it. I wasn't. My own fault. See, that made it there, no problem.
Yeah.
Where's the disconnect? Like, I don't understand. The package we sent to Zach was sent in March,
Yeah,
and it got there no problem. And so from March to May, shit got fucked.
Have a good night, Joe.
Love you too, Joe. Have a good night. Better be a fancy grilled cheese.
Mm-hmm. Like a grown-up grilled cheese.
It's gonna be like, nah, Kraft singles. Plastic. So, Dad, you missed it. Alina is going to try acupuncture tomorrow.
Yep.
So we'll see if that helps or not.
It can't hurt. So.
I mean, also it's been used for thousands of years. So.
There you go, Joe. Smoked black truffle.
Hey, there you go, Joe.
Nice.
I'm proud of you. Cheddar.
I'll say cheddar.
Got that cheddar. Boy. Snuggle.
So it's like
There's Costco.
over here.
Off the Baker's Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to chill in the mall. We'll see. Ted said for what?
I'm gonna try acupuncture for before this next IVF cycle to see if it'll. It's been used for fertility and a bunch of other stuff for like ever, so I figured it can't hurt. And the place that I found in Franklin isn't like crazy expensive, so.
What's up, Knife Nut? You got close with your name.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing, man? Cool. Hey, we appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate you stopping by.
Hope you're doing well.
He said you're right. Can't hurt.
I can't.
It's also supposed to make you feel more relaxed. So I was like, worst case scenario, I'll be more relaxed. Oh no. Anything but that.
I'll jump off your yoga and hang out with the pups for a bit. Probably fall asleep more likely. Have a good night, Zach. Want to MC somewhere in the Nice. Congrats, man. What'd you win? Oh, a TSA confiscated knife, I'm sure. His videos always crack me up when he's doing the unboxing. He's just showing like garbage that was taken by TSA. Obviously.
So what? He just gets boxes of those?
You can buy them.
Oh, okay.
You can buy boxes. Oh, nice. Congrats, man.
I want to buy one of those boxes of Amazon returns one day. Just like because I think it would be fun to buy one of them and just see what's in there.
As long as we can get our money. They're like $400.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're not?
You go to fundelivered.com and you have they have different options. They do a drop every Friday at noon. Noon Eastern time because they're located in Florida. So, like, shop our.
He stabbed himself with it, so it's DNA too. Nice.
Like, shop our mail mix mystery boxes. So they have like different ones you can choose.
20 packages.
Yeah, so you can choose like
$40. Giant packages. $80.
and then plus packages, bigger ones, $114.
Undeliverable packages. I wonder if our fucking knife's gonna be in one of those. I'd be so pissed. So mad. I would immediately contact the company. I'd be like, listen, you motherfucker. You do not understand what's just transpired. Well, we didn't know. We just put it in the box. Yeah, I know. Oh. Happens every time after I'm not swinging a hammer for a while. My body's like, hey, bad Chris. So we're gonna buy some cheese. No, no. But his videos crack me up because I'm like, ugh. Like it's so bad the type of stuff that like
I'm
people
sure.
purchase. And some of it like they carry on their person because they know it's garbage and it's gonna get taken. So it's like,
Yeah.
well, if it gets lost or taken from you, you're not a big deal. You're not out a bunch of money, but oh, I've seen some real winners.
One of the unboxing videos that I saw for like one of those like Amazon package returns and undelivered packages or whatever. This chick, she like unboxed and she came across an envelope. So one envelope had a bunch of blank cards, and then the other envelope had like fake money in it. And the blank cards were like you can like for fake IDs and stuff. So she
Oh,
had to call
Jesus.
the cops and let them know like what she found because she was like, "What do I do with these?" She's like, "I can't throw them away because she didn't want someone else to grab them and use them." And so like the cops came to her house and like got the stuff so that way they could like properly dispose of it. She was like, she was like, "Oh my god, what is this?"
That's
Like,
wild.
yeah, it was just like a whole stack of like blank cards and then the fake money. I'm assuming because she thought it was real money at first. So I don't know if maybe they were planning on like printing it.
What's up, Brian? Hope you're doing well, man.
Hey, Brian. Like, I don't know what they were planning on doing with the fake money, but the cards, like for sure, they just looked like blank driver's license cards.
I mean, they could have been bleaching the fake money to turn it into,
I don't know, but something not good.
yeah, turn it into something less fake, if you would call it that.
No idea. But yeah, she was like, I called the cops. They came and got
And
the
that's
stuff.
what I would have done. I would have been like, look, this ain't me.
I am for the weekend. Like, he's doing good for the weekend.
Rough week. At least you got a new knife.
There's that.
Cough, cough, nudge, nudge. And I will say this as well, like the one that you picked out, we almost kept because it was awesome. Hell yeah. Send people to the website. I have many more in stock. Once I get the USPS bullshit all figured out, I'll be working on the protos for V2. I'll be working. They're ready to go. I just have to pull the trigger and pay them. I'm currently making another chef knife, which I'm super happy about. At least I got some new tools that should make my life easier. Go away. That's pretty accurate. Tools mean easier. What's up, Daily Hustle? Yeah, we'll see. Isn't that Scott? I think it is. I think that's Scott. That you, Scott? Now to get in the room on and the wife is grabbing the laptop. Yep, it is Scott. That's what I thought.
I was like, maybe.
I think probably. Yeah, he said what? I just couldn't remember if that was you or not. Yeah, so Brian, your package is the only package that got delivered out of the 4 that I sent out. The other 3 packages are out in limbo. To include my drill bits that went to Nashville. And what makes it even more confusing is that my drill bits hit the facility in Nashville on the 13th. As of the 17th, it says that they're on to the next facility. Milner is in Nashville. No reason for it to go to another facility. What's up, Chris? Hope you're doing well, man.
Hey, Chris.
I haven't forgotten about our chat. I just got to make the Damascus. Working on other stuff right now. I'll get there. I was working on an axe head today and some 5160 for knives to be cut out and 5160 round bar to be turned into some knives. What's up, brown sugar? We appreciate it. We don't do much over here.
No.
But we hang out, have fun. Make some bottle openers, make some knives, have a production blade. Yeah.
Gotta drive. Okay, we'll be here.
We'll probably still be here. Good luck. Wear your seatbelt. I don't know where he's driving to, but sounds super important. Have a good night, Dad. Love you too.
Have a good night. Love you.
still feel like that.
I mean, we have one in the freezer.
Right.
Just put the ice pack in the hat and put the hat on your head.
Hey, that would work. I don't think we have any of the moldable ice packs anymore. I think it's just the hard ones.
Yeah.
If we had a moldable ice pack, that'd be perfect. But have to end up looking like this with the giant ice packs. What have I been missing? Hi. Like I said, I'm a knife maker. We do Hanks. I have a production knife. We do bottle openers.
You fix blades.
Do fixed blades. The bottle opener. I do have an Instagram. If you like Instagram and want to peruse some of my work, I got some pictures from shows and some patches we've done and knives I've worked on, and this guy's still for sale, and my production blade, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Me looking goofy, per usual.
Yeah, that's just you.
But it is Instagram /black_star_designs. I also have a Facebook group, which is Black Star Designs. Yeah. We do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We have fun while doing it.
Just a little picture of Dopey's shoe with his shoe knife
With a shoe knife.
or knife shoe. Those booths, whatever.
Should I make a knife shoot?
Yeah, they have those booths, whatever.
I
That you
know.
like click the button and
Yeah.
the blades pop out.
Blade pops out of front. Be a lot cooler if it was a switchblade that came from the side out the front. Don't need no OTF shoot. Switchblade shoot. You have the jazz hands for it. For what? For knife making? Or just in general? Blade modeling. Thank you for getting this.
Ooh. Ah.
I'm a knife maker, man. My hands look rough as shit. So people are like, I don't want to buy that.
I would be the
Yeah, she would be better
hand
at doing
person.
it than my hands.
This sounds awkward, but you guys know what I mean.
Oh, between knife making and then the psoriasis or whatever's going on with my hands, like they look rough. So people would be like, I will pay you to put those away. Which business idea?
You could do it with your feet, though.
My feet look worse. Especially with my black toenail.
Oh yeah.
But once again, people may pay me to put them away. So. Only feet. Dude, we've joked about that for years.
Yep. Gotta make that money somehow.
Typically, I have gotten better about it, but typically every picture that I take has my feet in it. So Zach used to always give me hell about my feet being in pictures. I was like, dude, at this point, that's my thing. Like, if my feet are not in pictures, people are going to be like, was that really Chris?
I mean, only was like, what is that?
I don't know. That's why I said, what's going on here? My latest project that I'm working on, which I've got several projects going on at once. Because why not? So this is a fire axe that's been cut down to resemble more of a Viking style axe. I've still got a lot of cleanup to do, and then I've got a chamfer and profile and all that stuff. But this has come out looking pretty cool, sir. Sir, I like the belly of the axe or of me. Because either way, thank you.
You should have stood up and been like, "Oh, thanks." You can't really see it.
Both. You did meet me in person. So. Love it. I'm sitting here talking, sir.
And then he's like, "I like the belly." Okay, thanks.
Aw, bitch. Yeah, that once that gets profiled and looking better, then I got to take the red paint off of this side. It's already taken off the other side. I have to engrave it, and he wants it to look rough, so that's perfect for me. And then I got to take it up to my buddy's shop in Kentucky to get it. What's the paint?
Oh, Cerakote.
To get it Cerakoted. And then I got to take it up to Cincinnati so we can put a handle on it. And it's going to be hickory. We were going to do this really crazy, like, handle thing with liner and resin, but I don't know if we're going to do all that. I don't know if I'm going to do all that. We'll just have to. Thank you, Scott. Sarah. Oh, yeah. I've got a Dremel engraver, and then I've got a vinyl cutter. So it's an axe handle. Like it's gonna be full tang.
Never go full tang.
No, you always go full tang, but like it's an axe handle. Like I've never seen a hidden tang axe handle, which would be kind of cool, but it would completely defeat the purpose of an axe, especially a fireman's axe. So he goes, hold on. Thought process was to take the handle and split it down the middle lengthwise, and then put the liner and put two pieces of resin and then put it all back together.
Which
and
would be
then
cool.
Shape the handle and everything. It would be cool, but it takes more
work.
time and more work. What's up, Doug?
Hey, Doug.
And then I can forge out the parts of the axe that I took out, and I can make rivets, which would look really cool on the axe. Well, I'll just have to. But so far, it's looking pretty cool. It'll look pretty, and it'll be utilitarian. And instead of engraving it, what I might do is I may just, what's up, Dan? I may just cut out what we want to do in vinyl and stick it on the axe, throw some ferric on that bitch, and let it get a really deep edge.
Yeah, you do that too.
Mm-hmm. Or I just may dip the whole thing with the vinyl on it. Which you would have to and that wouldn't work because I would have to do, in order to engrave in, I would have to do basically like what we do with the cups. I would have to do a negative, so the
Yeah.
ferric is touching it, and then if I throw the whole thing of ferric, then you're gonna have this weird square of vinyl, which nobody wants. Oh, sorry, Scott. I just saw your message. You're here. What do you need a link for? Like what link are you talking about?
Like to join?
Oh, you want to join? Yeah, I got you, man. I didn't know. I didn't know. That's you go.
Like to join, like you did last time?
I didn't know.
I gotta get up on the
didn't-
wheels
I
of
didn't-
my chair.
I didn't know what we were doing.
I'm not gonna run you over.
It'd be all right.
I'm not trying to run you over either, sweetie.
What's up?
Not much, buddy. You?
Same old, same old.
I definitely agree with that. So, I think I heard you right, but my brain paused. Did you say you haven't seen a full tang axe?
No. I was saying all axes are full tank.
All I heard was my brain hurting, sir, and wanted to remind you that there are some that are 100% full tang.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I was like, what? No. So how is life otherwise?
Pretty good. It was just hot today.
Yeah.
Had the forge going.
I saw part of the clip. It was a good day.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I was working on a bunch of stuff, just because processes and whatnot. So let me go back. So I have a buddy that wants me to melt down some brass to make a knife out of, which it's going to be in for police honor guard. So it's like, yeah, cool, no problem. So these are M1 grand shells. That's what they use at the police uniform. And then I worked on Zach's axe, cut out some 1095 bars, cut and processed some 5160. That's also 5160. And then here is the hot brass. And here's the results of it not melting all the way in the forge, which means A, I need to turn up my forge, or B, I need to take it to a different forge. So
it's a little more heat, most likely, based on what I can tell.
well, I hope that my little forge can do it. If not, I'm gonna have to take it to my buddy's forge, which is not a big deal. I'm trying.
Like I said, I've seen small forges do it, so I know that that's possible. I just don't know this, this stuff you're using. I haven't seen your setup in a minute. I saw the flashlight video that you did. It caught my attention because my buddy came barreling out of the shop with a new O light at work. So you know how that works. They got to show off their new toys when the mechanics are there.
Yeah. So that was a Brynite PL01. And I've been working with them for. It's my fourth flashlight from them.
Yeah, I think so.
Nice.
And so I do reviews and they send me cool shit. But like the thing that I liked the most about that flashlight, which I said on the video, is that it's textured. So if you have grease or oil or whatever on your hands, like it's going to be easier to use the flashlight.
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
And
so
they're not very expensive. It's aerospace aluminum.
Ah, so it's light too. Makes sense.
Yep.
Ooh, and also allows for anodizing.
Hey, Brian.
Only
Welcome back,
if
Brian.
you only know so many makers.
Oh, welcome back to other Brian. Brian and one and Ultim Brian. Hi.
Sorry that you're having a bad night at work, Brian.
Now we have multiple Bryans.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. Yeah, so it's $25 for the light.
That's actually not bad in comparison. Most of my knives are definitely, or not knives. Most of my flashlights are more expensive than that.
Yeah, so it's I thought I hit it.
I did see the video, so it looked like it was something that slipped in a pocket pretty easily. So
yeah,
handheld.
so you've got texture right here. You can drop it for drop test of 1.5 meters, so it's like 5 foot. IP68 waterproof. Fits in the pocket well. I'm trying to see where they said what type of aluminum it was.
Aluminium.
We're not British. Stop.
Did you just say we're not the rich type of people that can't overpronunciate the?
No, I said we're not British. Dad.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Have a good night,
okay. So
Brian.
no, my brain says then you should have said gray and gray.
Fair enough. Have a good night, Brian.
Later, bud.
So it is. I know I saw it earlier. What the shit?
Also, Brian, hot chicken, delicious. I don't know how well they do hot chicken in Wisconsin, but
Yeah, hot chicken's awesome.
I haven't had hot chicken in Wisconsin. I imagine it would be pretty great, but
Yeah, it just depends on the place. I've definitely
Yeah.
had good and bad hot chicken. And
I mean, they don't call it Nashville hot chicken for nothing. So, like, there's a bunch of hot chicken places.
Well, and see, the best part coming from Arizona, the places that start the hot chicken down there don't say Nashville hot chicken. It's not segregated or whatever, state specific.
Hot chicken.
Well, so no, there are some places that do that, but there are other places that are absolutely not.
You said doo-doo.
You said
I said doo-doo. I know I didn't. You cheesers. You gave me the opportunity.
What's up, Tony? Yeah, it's I forget, like I said, what type of aluminum it is, but it's aerospace grade aluminum. So for $25, can't beat it.
No, that's what caught my attention about the video more than most, that and the size. But I think also one of the last flashlights I bought was like $300, and that kind of curbed my flashlight pride for a while.
The
it just
last
basically told me Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it just basically forced me into buying more pew-pew related lights or stormtrooper-esque flashlights or things that help me see things that bump in the night because I want to bump back.
This is the last review that I did. It was the E18. It's their EDC flashlight. It's a little bit more expensive. It's $60, but it's
still
bigger
cheaper
than
than the speaker.
Well, it's bigger than an Olight, so like I can't carry it on my belt because I've got a leather holster that fits an Olight. And that was my only gripe about it. I wish that it was a little bit thinner, but great flashlight. And once again, textured handle. So
yeah, I've only got one textured handled Olight. The main one I carry is the Mech Torch or whatever. That's very expensive, titanium, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
That's about that one, and I carry like a small Streamlight pen style one that I want to upgrade because it's a small, very, very old UV one. But I'll stick to my my gun flashlights for a while.
Brian Knight has some of those too.
Well, sir, you'll have to send me more links. Sounds like I have more research to do.
Oh no.
Oh no. Scott doing stuff for his companies. Yay.
I was really hoping that with this last round, because they've got a big old flashlight, I was hoping they were going to have me review that.
Like similar to like a Maglite, right?
Yeah.
As far as the size goes.
It was. This is their website. The Pew Pew flashlight.
Was that like dual-headed flashlight?
Yeah.
Sure was.
Dual head pew light.
All my brain right now just saw was the A10 Warthog.
It was this. Stop it. It's either this
Stop.
guy or this guy that I wanted to do a review on, but
I really feel like I want the dual-headed flashlight now on La Shotgun so that I can just call it and paint it an A10 and be happy with my life for a little bit.
well, see, there you go.
Get the small dopamine fix.
Link incoming.
Yeah, smart. Use that Amazon link.
Well, no, it's just their website.
That they sell on Amazon.
Yeah, they sell it.
That was a promo spot there, Wayne's World. Kind of like, ooh, hey, look, a Pepsi can. Reach out to Black Star Designs Amazon store.
Usually, though, if you order Brynite off of Amazon, they do have discount codes that anybody can use. So, like, as you're checking out, it's like, hey, do you want to use this promo code? Yes, absolutely. Which makes it a little bit cheaper.
Of course.
And not saying that I can make anything happen, but if you're thinking about putting in a big order, I happen to know somebody at the company, and I can maybe get it a little bit cheaper.
I don't know what I do for a living, sir. I definitely don't mind making those deals. Ever. Yes, I love meeting the small guys that make things because I like things that don't exist in the real world. And which means there's a marketplace for them because people like me with the tisms exist.
Well, it's so funny. So my contact over at Brynite, she used to work for Olight.
That makes sense.
She was on the team for what the hell were they calling it? Oh, something where they were trying to do all the EDC shit and it didn't work out.
Like O-Gear.
O-Gear or something like that.
Something like that.
Well,
yeah.
when they decided they were going to shut that down and not do that anymore, the team got let go, and she was like, "I'm going to go to another company. Bye."
Oh, I mean, it makes sense, and like I'm watching. I guess I'm trying to watch the more and more of what's coming out or what's cool in the market or whatever, and I'm just like, yeah, in an expense of between talking to you tonight and then probably talking with Zach here in a little bit, like folding lives. I need to put him out on a mission for a certain folding knife, and then for you, I think me and you are gonna have a special custom talk because I know what I like now. I know what I'm interested in, and I think you might see where the niche is going and what I'm seeing in the marketplace more and more for mechanics and or people like mechanics. I don't want to spill that kind of construct without actually having the right conversation with you. So,
I mean, I can tell you a good knife for mechanics that's been made a couple times over, and there's the Snap-on version.
So as much as people like to say, each knife has an idea or a place in like EDC or whatever, mechanics are a different breed, and I learn it every day when I talk to them. And it sounds as simple as grab a green crayon because you know better, or just toss them a Snickers because they're probably hungry. It's trying to think of the fun ways to word it in a sense, but their knives are definitely their personality. Like every one of my guys at work, I can tell you what they're carrying in their pocket and pretty much why.
So that was a production from CRKT by John Graham. I've told you about John Graham before.
Oh yeah,
he taught Kirk. Kirk taught me. When he started out as a knife maker, he was a diesel mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he came out with the Razzle and why he came out with the Razzle. Now, granted, from a mechanic standpoint, a fixed blade probably going to work a little bit better than a folder, but there's multiple versions.
Right. Oh yeah, no, the Razzle's the one thing from the CRKT line, the line that I was actually looking for at Blade Show, and was utterly upset that no booth and or vendor had any.
Dude, I was shocked because CRKT for the last 3 years, they've had at least something from John.
So like, I get what they had. I'm not gonna downplay the knives that they had.
Beat
I
a
was
dead
definitely
horse.
I was definitely having more of a. I wish they had the tops table than what they brought, but I get it. I understand it. Microtech does the same thing. They bring a lot of knives to sell. Um, Other companies don't want to be their own competition, and I can respect that. But it sucked because 4 of my knives were CRKT Razzles, and I was like, all right. I think I only ended up walking away with the Hang TI personally. My wife walked away with a Hang TI and one of the Nexuses. So I can respect the brand, and especially Graham. But I just, yeah, I haven't got my hands on a Razzle yet. And I think I had my hands on one of the mini ones a few years ago, which was great, but it was an all metal handle.
So this is the GT, and this is the one that he did with Snap-on.
Okay.
They've got a Snap-on GT. This guy is awesome. It could be a little bit bigger, but it's a good size. And obviously, this is a mini, and then this is the one I just showed you.
I appreciate you knowing the fact that I can't stand small knives.
Mhm.
It's
This one
that's
would still probably be too small for
most
you.
knives are.
But this folder is a good size. I have one of these, and I'm shocked that they came back out with them because Alina had a hard time finding this for me. What, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
And then of course you got this big bastard. So.
Yeah, so that was one of the ones I was looking for.
The Max.
Yeah, it was that one, the Mumbo, the Minimalist X, and then like the
Yeah,
standing.
you were wanting the minimalist X too.
I was wanting the minimal X.
And then just like the standard Razzle folder I was looking for. Now, my interest in where it landed up kind of with Benchmade too. If it wasn't carbon fiber, I wasn't looking for it. So that's where I said I know now a little more what I am hunting for in a knife, and now what I understand a little bit more for myself. And like I said, I know the mechanic knife a little bit different, just being with those guys for the last 20 years. But what I would tell you is get your hands on a mini bug out and try to replicate that in the best ways possible. It's simple.
It's a minimal X.
And I think that's very similar in size too. That's why I was interested in it. But it's the thinness that a lot of the mechanics like about the bug out. Yeah, the bug out.
I gotcha.
But it's weird hearing them because like half of them use razor blades like their fingernails. So I mean, grain of salt, right? But what did you end up from CRKT? Because I know you walked away with a few things.
I didn't walk away with anything from CRKT.
Oh wow, okay, yeah. Because I ended up buying from Smoky Mountain to get my CRKT switch.
I went and I talked with Greg to see if they had the minimal X, and they didn't have any.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody with their table having minimal X, but like every table that I saw with CRKT, I pretty much glanced to see if they had anything Razzle, and if they didn't, I just walked them back. It's pretty bad to say that. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of simple. How often do we all take money? I mean, I think I budgeted myself out pretty well. Gave my wife a pretty good budget, and yeah, we bought what we wanted and was happy with that. So, of course, we all wish we could take more.
Yeah, the big thing that I ended up bringing back home from Blade is I got a hardness file set. So give me a better idea of like where I'm at between 5 hardness points. Other than that, like, I ended up getting some scale material.
Yeah.
But this is the first year since we've started that I haven't gotten any steel. I haven't gotten a bunch of handle material. I have a dickload of handle material sitting out in my garage. I don't need it. And I just made a big order from Valley Customs a couple months ago. I was just there to see people. and hang out. And so it was a weird mentality this year for me than years past.
Speaking of that, one of the things that I was kind of shocked to not see was as many handle material people there this year.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to say this just because of what I'm looking for, and to those 80s and 90s nerds out there, Coneheads is where this is coming from. I made a staff with the Battle of Garthok intent and used a ram's horn. So now I want to grab a few more ram's horns, deer antlers, and utilize those in framework for knives that have been passed down to me from my father, weapons, and set of other items. Kind of help with the homage. You know, it's what those items are used for, intended. So I think that's the perfect place. One of the knives that is handed down is a buck, the old pocket, buck. So I'm like, that's buck, little horn, something small. Make it the blade holder, be perfect. So there's a little sharp weren't there, but
there is a guy that he has fantastic handle material. In fact, he was selling boards of curly maple just like I got in Ohio.
Yep.
But I've gotten a bunch of material from him before, and I could not for the life of me tell you his name. He was at Blade Show.
Well, the only table that I truly walked by that I saw kind of like the material that I was looking for, at least size wise, but they were all pre-cut for handles, which is why I walked away from that table, was across from Cutco.
Okay.
A workshop Cutco area. So I mean, they had a bunch of deer antlers, stag antlers, all the stuff you would need, but it was all cut to a 6-inch, 8-inch long, single shank. Yeah. Nothing still left like a little antler. And I'm like, I'm in North Carolina. There's a lot of hunters out here. I'm bound to get my hands on something sooner or later if I don't figure out the hunting pass here myself and pick up what I need to pick up. But, it's one of those things. Always use the full piece of meat. Never let go to waste. So
I ended up getting half of a rack of elk horn from my guild. And I haven't done much with it yet. I've got a build planned, but I haven't finished it out.
Yeah, build plans tend to land on the how long will the build take me versus where I'm at in the stage of planning at that point in time.
I mean, I've got 10 knives that I just have to put the handles on, and they've just been sitting on my bench for years.
Yeah, it's never fun when you have to share your time between work and work. It's never a fun battle.
I'll have stuff set out, and I'll have a goal of what I want to do for shows or meetups. And usually I overextend myself on purpose because it's we'll see what we can get done. And then whatever's left just kind of sits there, and then I start my next build, and I'm like, oh, well, my tastes kind of changed. Maybe I want to do that. Maybe I don't. Maybe that model is not really popular anymore, and then I'll do the same thing. And so it's leftover builds from shows that never got completed. And I'll go into my shop, and I'll clean them up, and I'll put them in the back in the same spot after I've cleaned up everything. And I'm like, yeah, we'll get to them when we get to them.
See, those to me are perfect ones that you sell as starter kits to people that are looking to make knives. Here's add a handle to this one. Add, figure out how to profile a blade with a fracture in it or something silly, and point out the mistake and make it educational. Because I was actually telling the wife about doing a YouTube channel, kind of in a sense, and do it kind of as a we'll mimic Red Green or Tim the Toolman Taylor, kind of be everybody's person to go get information from. And it's a bad idea. I really know it is.
I love Red Green.
That's
obviously I was a fan of Home Improvement, but Red Green show was awesome.
Yeah, and I think in my head, there's a lot of people out there right now on YouTube and other platforms that are trying to help educate just in general people. but they're all niche, and niche means you can't find them unless you know what you're looking for, or they're in your real feed or whatever algorithm.
So
Blades, EDC.
there's a dude that I follow on Instagram, and I also follow him on TikTok. His name is Luke Capasso, and he is a plumber construction whiz guy, and he kind of has that same mentality to where he's like, hey, this is how I do it. This is the way you should do it. All right. So this person did this and they messed it up. So here we go. We're gonna make it right. And like he's pretty funny. So you might want to check him out. May give you some inspiration.
Based on your verbiage, I feel like I've watched a video from him. Not
He's in
many.
Ohio.
1, 2. Yeah. Wouldn't know where he's from. That's how much I haven't seen his footage in that sense on my real page. It was based on your verbiage. That's the only reason why I'm saying I might have seen him. Because I just had a few guys pop on my feed recently that were more handyman kind of style.
This is him.
Nope, not his feed.
But he's pretty funny, and it kind of sounds like that's in line with kind of what you're wanting to do.
Well, so the idea started with watching Wayne's World one night. We'll just start there. And where that goes to the construct of what I've already started on YouTube, making playlists and crap that I want to listen to. And it's going to sound mean, but it's not into specific any genre or anything, but there's a lot of music that are very much one-hit wonders for the whole world, not just one genre. And then there's other stuff that people have forgotten about that are terrible and or otherwise. And utilizing YouTube is a really good platform for music for that fact. It's stuff that people don't listen to or do listen to from time to time. I think my wife's favorite comments are, I haven't heard this in a long time. And I'm like, this is like a regular playlist for me. What's going on? And a lot of it also relates to, we all listen to a genre of music or a style that's, appeasing themselves, situational. I don't care. So if I'm at work, I try to keep stuff on that's more public audience versus when I'm in the shop, when the headphones are in. Then it could be just anything that sounds good to keep me creative in what I'm working on. So everything's up for grabs, which includes a drink.
Yeah, my playlists are very random. It all depends on my mood, but like I have certain genres that I like. But people look at some of my playlists, not you specifically, but if a regular person would look at some of my playlists, they'd be like, "What in the hell?" I'd be like, "It's awesome."
So Brown Sugar, you asked earlier what Chris makes. Here's actually one of his knives.
I was like, "Hey, that looks familiar."
Yeah, it's close enough for me to grab it.
I made a V2 that's bigger, but I was stupid and I only made 3 of them. And instead of making a pattern, I shipped them all. So I got to make a pattern for the V2.
Well, I would tell you that knife is almost perfect for what I would look for in a pocket EDC fixed blade. I want to find a nice handle to put on it that's not much thicker than it already is, so it's pretty slick. I wanted to compare it to, it's funny, I was actually carrying it at Blade Show because I wanted to compare it to the Benchmade Altitude. And the reason of I liked the Altitude, I want to touch and feel and see how I think it's called, oh crap, Flyaway. I think is the newer style version. It has a little bit better of a handle on it instead of the 2 little pinch finger spots and a different blade structure.
I know it's going to be hard to see it, but this is the V2.
Is that on Zach's gear pack?
It is.
Oh, darn! I wish his plate carriers were a little better. I might have to go steal that from him. I'm waiting for him to enter the chat now.
Yeah, he's got the first one that I did, and then Daddist has the other two that I made. And like I said, I didn't make a pattern of it, and I should have.
Well,
but I will.
There's always time.
I took a picture of it with a ruler, so I could make a pattern of it, or at least get super close. So that's another thing that I'm doing now is like I'm making actual blank patterns of all my stuff. So like I've got a new model of the Apex of the Arc. I've got a new model of the Vertex. I've got my chef knife, and it's what I was doing is I was making plexi patterns, and it was so easy to change them that I was like, you know what? I think I'm in a good place now with like my taste and what I like. Like we're gonna make steel patterns, and I'm gonna run with this for a while.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I'm working on patterns for my wife's new business, and I'm also trying to help build her structure and have fun with it because both of us don't want to be working for the man the rest of our lives. We want to retire and have some fun.
Absolutely.
So, part of her.
Give us a second. Let us log off of Facebook, and we're not leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks so much for joining us tonight. We love you all. Thanks for the support. Stay sharp and don't do anything that I wouldn't do. Jesus, if you do, don't get caught. Dude.
Bye.
Oi. Give me my money, Mom.
I know. Same. Well, yeah, there's probably no lights on. Yeah, I saw something about 50th anniversary. I love how the party in here. Cat.
Dog. In the cat bed.
Yeah, in the cat. He thinks it's a cat, apparently.
Oh, yeah, of course. So, Brian, how's the chicken?
Is it hot?
Making your hair sweat?
Not your butt.
Okay.
Your butt hair.
What I miss? What are y'all talking about? Booties?
Butt hair sweating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Butt hair sweating.
Okay, so what you're telling me is instead of remaking Swamp Thing, we're making Swamp Booty? Got it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're also remaking not Swamp Thing, Toxic Avenger.
You know, as a child, I acted like that was a great show. I really hope that the premise is so much better.
I mean, it's not like it's done by Trauma or anything, so like it should be fun. And by fine, I mean garbage, but nostalgia.
raccoon rummaging through shit.
For sure.
Huh.
Just hear you like rummaging through stuff, and I said, "You're like a big raccoon just rummaging through shit."
Well, I mean, not technically. What I was doing was unboxing a new camera mount. So I can try to do certain types of videos that are done across the seas in Japan and other things in import rally racings. North Carolina's got a lot of very, very beautiful freeways. I figure throwing a camera on my car, driving nice and chill with some, depending on style of music and artists I can work with, maybe a lo-fi channel or something, just where it's just chill, drive, beats. Yeah, done the Atlanta drive now twice, and I think depending on the parts day and drive, it's a very beautiful drive. There's other states that are not so beautiful, though. We won't drive through those.
I mean, East Tennessee's got that, what is it called? The Serpent's Run or something like that?
Yeah.
Dragon Run.
Oh, I think Tennessee's on the books either way. I just don't know when because the wife wants to do the redneck pyramid. She wants to go to the Bass Pro Shop down on the river.
Oh, in Memphis?
Yeah, that she watched Fatty's video on it and died in the sense of like, oh my God, this exists. I'm like, well, yes.
It's also in Memphis.
Yep. So
We don't stop in Memphis.
sure, I don't like to stop a lot of places, but
There is a
If
place
I-
in East Tennessee that I want to go to that you can like pet and hold sloths. So that's on my bucket list.
let the wifey know because that will get added to her bucket list, and then we could definitely bring you all along because that would be easier than her trying to con me into it solo because I'll try to take it home.
I know it'd be amazing. Like I'm just gonna take this little guy home with me. It's fine.
Well, so she had to learn a rule. We can't go anywhere near German Shepherds because I want to try to take it home every time. Because I, without her approval, went to a dog shelter after my dog had passed, and I decided that I was going to be a dog foster out here in North Carolina. And the first thing I did was, this guy can stay with me, or this girl can stay with me over Thanksgiving. I'm not going to return her. I'll bring her back Monday. Yeah, she stayed.
Yeah, I would love to
Terrible.
foster, but that's why we
That's
can't.
why we don't foster.
I would love to, but we would have 20 cats and 18 dogs. Like I know like our hearts are too big, so
It's a personality thing for me with animals, so not every dog is my favorite. We'll put it that way.
yeah, of course. Like it does depend on their personality, but
So I will tell you this, since you unfortunately didn't get to see us on your travels. Apple's a weird soul because she melts in your heart, and then she doesn't care how much you abuse her ear. She's going to sit there and let you give her attention.
how Ruby is.
But
Is that the dog that you had with you at Blade?
yeah, Apple Tart.
She was a sweetheart.
At a Voyager Blade, Luke, his daughter was for like the first 20-30 minutes just absolutely having a blast while Smoky Mountain and I was doing their interview, and I was happy to be in the area so that my service animal could distract a child that's behind a booth so that the people working the booth could actually have a conversation. It was a blessing in disguise. My first stop was over at Copper Shed to buy ash shed thing.
I got one.
The smoke shed.
Smoke shed.
There you go, smoke shed. I was like, I don't know what it's called, but I've been dying to have one, so I finally got one.
I got one on Sunday.
Yeah. So now unfortunately is the hard part. He has no choice, or I need to talk Leo from Tops and helping me out here, but I need a cigar cutter with an orange handle. I have 3 different cigar cutters.
So did you get the small shed head? Or a small
Decent
smoke
yarn.
shed? I got the big one.
So the big one is next. But I don't know what color I want. The current kit I'm building is all orange. So it's the personal kit that I carry. So shed head in orange, the Hogue folding scalpel orange. You'll figure out trends. Copper shed with copper shed bead in orange. Yeah. So this kit's anything orange I can get my hands on, and of course patina. So cigar cutter orange. Next goal.
Are you gonna go to the meet and greet?
I want to. I really do. I'm afraid of the news that I got on your last podcast or the last vlog, whatever. Sorry, I'm not paying enough attention to actually talk this eloquently, but I want to. I really do. So I hope I can make it. We'll see where the cards land, but I really want to.
What news?
Just kind of how things have changed in the Blade scene, and that makes sense. Just everybody from where I went in 2019 to 2017, 2011 to now, like the whole dynamic has changed. Like I knew the EDC world changed on Facebook because I pretty much laughed when it did, and saw smaller groups pop up that I love and prefer to have kept going on and doing things. But family makes a lot more sense if it's just a small public community. I think YouTube is where a lot of us missed because we were all focused on trying to get how to get into Smoky Mountain Knives or how to make the current Facebook trends or whatever we were focused on.
Yep.
So to see all of those different little things have happened, and my goal has never strayed. I've only kept to the makers that I think are still trying to do right. Now that may not be always true, but I do pay attention to like the ethics, the people, the joy they bring to themselves and to the table, and that's a big piece to it. Bringing the stuff to the table. Like I'll never knock blade makers that I love, in comparison to people that are production knife makers. Those are very, very different things now in my brain. I did not understand that.
Very different.
I did not understand that in 2019. What I understood in 2019 is there were companies that were ridiculously overpriced, and I did not know why. Specifically, did not know why. Then there were these weird people running to buy knives that I didn't like, and that didn't make any damn sense either. But over the years and seeing how people collect knives, and like I just saw a post on one of my knife trade posts. The guy's got like a 500 piece collection up for grabs, and I'm like, absolutely not. What would I do with myself with that many knives? I'd be breaking them.
There's still a lot of people that are very loyal to certain makers, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You like what you like.
Hey,
I've got a buddy of mine who has like 10 Chris Reeves knives.
And
You like what you like.
yeah,
Nothing
I like
wrong
Chris
with
Reeves knife. I like Chris Reeves knives. I've owned one. I want to own another. Haven't found the perfect one yet, specifically, but again, that's very, very much the blade weight and handle weight. Because what I do like is the fact that he's all metal and all that jazz, but it's a little heavier than I prefer to carry. And there's the difference. And you've learned this from me very, very much on our talks. If I'm not carrying it, why own it?
Yeah. Well, not to say anything about Chris Reeve, awesome maker. He found his niche. He makes good knives. But I saw somebody post a picture of like, this is why I don't like Chris Reeves knives, and I don't know if it's a newer thing he started doing or what the reasoning is, but he has bearings that are not caged. Take the knife apart, you got 14 ball bearings going everywhere. I don't know the reasoning, but for me, I wouldn't own that.
So this is probably the funnier part in my brain as somebody who loves to tinker and somebody who likes to do stuff. If I knew that about a knife, one, I'd probably not like to take it apart myself. But I am me, and I know myself well enough, and I would take it apart the first time I had an issue. I'm starting to try to respect makers. Now I'm gonna voice this as
Starting to try and respect makers. So he didn't respect makers before.
oh hell no, copyright laws, please give me a break. The disrespect, but that's how we. That's sorry guys. If you want to disagree with me, I promise you post something with one of the big three idiots, the big three corporations, and a cease and desist letter will be within 30 days. And It's not very difficult. You literally just got to pick brand specifics and post it online. Guaranteed, they'll find you. China, yeah, they're big about it. U.S., that's not specific, but two companies there will get you every time. I don't condone it as much as I used to. I mean, you met me in 2019. I was trying to find makers, trying to do things that were gray area, and the righteous makers are the ones I follow still, and the ones that aren't are the ones I was getting product from because it was stuff I wanted. I wanted very specific stuff. Don't get me wrong, I learned valuable lessons from that myself just by talking with them and what they were, kind of looking to do in the marketplace. And ripping people off, etc., and trade secrets of pretty much buying fabric and just sewing it. Cool. That's what everybody was supposed to be doing. That was the idea of a handkerchief. Sorry guys. Bandana was what I was looking for. Still preaching. I want bandanas.
So as a hank maker, the day that I realized that I bought the same hank from 4 different makers, I was pissed.
Okay, so
I was going through my collection, and I was like, that fabric looks familiar. That fabric looks familiar. Son of a bitch.
All right, I'm not gonna lie, because it makes me so much happier to hear somebody actually say it that makes hanks. Because I was dying in the chat that everybody basically lost their crap in when somebody leaked that they were doing this. I'm like, hold on. As an outsider, did you? Okay, wait a minute. You guys aren't all in the same groups, and that was the key point of it.
So you know me, autism.
Oh yeah.
Anytime an autism hank would pop up, I want that, especially if I knew the person it was coming from. And be like, hell yeah, that's awesome. And then I started looking at him, and I was like, motherfucker, you guys all got your fabric from fucking Joann's. And you use the same fabric.
Uh-huh. Oh, so here's the worst part.
They were embroidered in different ways, which is cool, but I was just like, son of a bitch.
They were all using the same Brother fucking printer. Sorry, I love Brother. Don't hate me, guys. I'm actually product sponsorship, would love it. I love your products. But oh my gosh, like when I noticed it was all pretty much the same Brother print sewing machines, I giggled. And that's where people didn't realize what I was trying to do. I wanted custom printed hanks because to me that made more sense than buying the fabric from Enter Hobby Store here.
Which I mean, we've done that a lot too. We've ordered custom fabric.
So coming from the automotive world, it's not custom fabric that matters. So don't get me wrong, that does matter. Like I'm not gonna.
No. I'm saying we took our design, we sent it into a company, and we had our specific design printed on fabric.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm not knocking that. What I'm getting at would be, my brain and the way that I look for makers, so is the guy that can print at his house.
Yeah.
That one-off hank. And the reason being, it's going to sound really dumb, is that's the fastest way to make a mock for a true print run, a quality print run, than it is anywhere else. I would pay mock time to have those done because those conversations matter. Because if you're trying to get a run done,
we have a DTF printer at work.
I knew, sir, there's a reason why me and you kept talking when you switched jobs, because I was highly intrigued on what was or wasn't around your
I've done a couple hanks with the DTF printer. The problem is that I don't have as much access to it as what I would hope. There's a whole process about turning it on, and you've got specific things that you have to do in a specific order and load it into the machine. It's I don't remember if it's a Brother or if it's an Epson, but either way.
So Epsons are the ones I'm seeing.
I'm still trying to get my boss to like show me all the things in order so I can write it down, and then I can use the printer anytime I want. And that's what I've been wanting to do for 3 years, because I have so many ideas, and it's far cheaper than ordering a yard from the website.
You get my point of view. So yeah. And it's definitely one of the reasons why I keep up with what you're doing at work, in a sense, because I know what your goal was when you saw what they could do, and I knew that it was basically time and effort. So I just keep idle because I keep making designs, because like this past 2 months my wife gave an interest to the Cricut, so I finally sucked up and bought one. But it was specifically because now I can print designs, make stickers, do things that I needed to do, which before I needed to have friends that were in the groups, because I don't have time to make those designs anymore, unfortunately. Like, I used to love drawing. I don't have time anymore. With managing multiple ideas and facets in businesses, you sacrifice certain hobbies to keep others. So when I do get time to design, I love it, but trying to start another facet, keeping my, the process of a nonprofit running, that's not easy. Business is not fun, but we all try to find time. So yeah, you'll definitely always be in the mindset for the printing idea. I just need to get further down the line so we can get involved, because I've also been pricing out banners, multiple different companies and facets. Everything from 3-sided 20-foot event canopies with tables to smaller one tops with one backing kind of things, on purpose, because part of my degree is in advertising, and then you add what I'm doing at work, and then what I have to do to add to my business is advertising for a new store that we are opening. So now it's a new piece to a puzzle. Always learning.
Yeah, and there's another thing that I want to do with paints for my work, but the owner doesn't think it's going to go over well, so I haven't tried to do it yet. But literally all I have to do is just get some fabric and then talk to the guy who does our screen print.
So what I'm hearing is you telling me to send you some money. What you're telling me is we got to figure out a design to throw out there for a month or two so you can add to your exposure. Do a YouTube giveaway or something. Grow a platform.
I mean, we can do that.
I like throwing monies at things. It's that time of year again. All right. Well, it's too soon for 4th of July. Halloween would probably make the most sense because it's got the next big draw and attention, and especially depending on the drop. Let's definitely suspense that. More build or more runs, more options, because you have more time to design.
Do we?
Yeah. Is your dog snoring, or is he trying to get attention?
No, that's the cats.
Oh, gotcha.
We have an orange cat who's a bully.
Well, that's an orange cat law. If it's not a bully, it's weird. Yeah. Orange cats can only do one of two things. My apple tart is sleeping behind me very loudly, and unfortunately on my Hazard 4 gear pack, which is still full of range day stuff that I need to go to the gun range with.
Because dead bully.
Hey, Orange Cat, you can come live with this uncle anytime. We call it the Funkle business. You'll get free catnip. Yeah, buddy. You heard the word catnip. We got plenty of treats. You just can't knock it off for the dogs. You get your own if you do it. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't mind dogs. He gets along with the dogs, no problem.
Scoot over.
Well, so again, you didn't meet the young Miss Appletart.
I did.
Chris got to meet her after like 3 or 4 hours of wandering around and being harassed by everybody, which was hysterical. My favorite thing, by the way, if anybody out there wants to research my nonprofit Outback, is I love training emotional support animals to still be dogs and to have fun, but not be worried about humans approaching them. So big, aggressive German Shepherds now, they're just big freaking teddy bears. Get them in my hands. They're good dogs.
I mean, I walked over, and of course, I do this with anybody that's wearing a service vest.
Yep.
Can I pet your dog? Oh, yeah, go for it. Dog's just sitting there like, please pet me. Start licking my legs like, sweetheart.
Yep. It's my favorite way to train them because one of the things that I love doing, but I hate seeing, I love training dogs, but training a dog and taking away the dog's personality is terrible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Emotional support animals that are technically there for anxiety. I do agree that a lot of the training takes away that personality. And same with attack dogs, protection dogs. You're to create that characteristic, you have to put the dog on the defensive or offensive. You know, for dogs that do, which is what I'm researching right now, scent training for peanut and or other allergies and or diabetic training, which is smelling sweet sweat. It's so fascinating to me that like the plot hounds and bloodhounds are great for this, but no one's utilizing them besides for cadaver dogs.
Yeah.
And it's like we all understand that emotional support animals are small or compact for whatever reason, but the guys that need it, like if you're a diabetic and you want an emotional support animal, do the research and grab a hound because that's going to be better in the long run for training or in a retriever. And if you do get the animal from the correct specialist, they are the correct breeds, the breeds that are more designed for that training aspect and or work aspect. So please understand, lots of good research out there. But coming from German Shepherds and teaching a perfect protection dog to be still a human dog and a great partner, it's you can't overtrain them. That's a big part of it. A lady at Blade Show was critiquing me, and I kind of just laughed and I just said, for the public means I'm not going to put a choker on my dog. That's because it's public. If I felt like it was a dog training convention, I'd be more okay with a choker, but I'm not going to listen to somebody be upset because my dog's a little more friendly. I want the dog to be that because children don't understand. And I'm sorry to say that, but Will Smith said it best, parents don't understand, so why not say it? Children don't understand too. They're kids. They're supposed to be. It's innocence. A friendly dog should be a friendly dog.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But fair warning to all kids out there, if you are watching under the age of PG-13, please understand, ask questions because not all dogs are nice and not all humans train them right. Please understand that. Stop snoring. You're loud.
And also, the biggest thing, people suck.
Our dog is currently laying in the cat bed because apparently he thinks he's a cat and he taps out.
I believe a lot of people have done the people suck shirts, but I think, what was it? People Are Crazy from Billy Currington, the country guy. I might be saying his name wrong. I think I am.
Rodney Carrington?
Nope, not that guy. I promise you, it's not that guy.
Bill Hick?
Billy Currington. It is Billy Currington. Okay. I just feel like it's wrong because of Rodney Atkins and a few other guys, but Billy Currington. I was right. It'd be a good remake. Be a real good remake right there. People suck. I think it'd be more rock. I feel like it'd be a rock song. Sir, when are you going to make another patch?
When I get everything squared away with USPS and then pay for the samples for my V2 production line.
Yeah, so it's pipe work. Got it.
It's gonna be a little bit.
You say that. You constantly forget. I just need direction. That's my problem.
Oh, fair.
I think the last batch of patches I just got, I did 50 for Warpath Weapons LLC out of somewhere in North Carolina. His idea is keeping them simple for like a small collection to himself and small parts of the business aspect. I'm like, you understand? You offer patches as a gun company. You're literally walking into everything the gun community is about. You just got to pick the right patch.
Yep.
Or the right size, right design. Like 511 Tactical's done a lot of good things and a lot of terrible things in their days. Their patch designers are pretty flawless still to this day.
Yeah, many years ago, I wanted to do a patch that was a laser cut that said glow life, because we do a lot of shit that glows. But I kind of feel like that, not really that it's over, but like that part of oh no, he's frozen. Anyways, what I was saying, like with the EDC, I kind of feel like there isn't as much um want for like glowy things, just because like everything goes in cycles, so, or circles. Hopefully, you caught the music reference that I just made. Yeah, it's tough because I mean there's there's people that are popular within EDC that they can literally poop in a bag and people will buy it, and then there's other people that are not as well known, I should say, that like have to really struggle with every single thing that they put out. Now, granted, on a lot of my fixed blades, I just do what I want to do, and if they sell, cool. If they don't, whatever. But like as far as like patches and designs and stuff, it's like I really have to like put some, and not saying that nobody else does, but it's like I have to really do some research, put some thought into it, and like hope for the best.
Happened.
His system crashed.
Oh,
He'll be back eventually.
Yeah, this is in East Tennessee. Towards East Tennessee.
See that picture that I thought it said it was in Lewisburg, and I was gonna be like, no, that's where the burger place was down National Highway, but no.
It was the
Pretty gonorrhea with every taco.
because like bleach don't kill everything.
No, and I guarantee they did not clean that place as well as it needed to be.
Probably not.
But it's tacos and a dance hall.
What kind of dance hall? I'm kind of curious. Walk in, be like, okay, I'm good. Bye.
That's enough for today.
Right. That's enough for today.
So who's still with us? Is anybody out there? Can anybody hear me?
No.
Me. Glad you're liking your life, man. That makes me happy. How was the chicken sandwich? Was it spicy? Or did it taste like pepper? It was Midwest spicy.
Yeah.
some super peppery ranch to make that hot chicken.
And the hot chicken up there is just pepper.
Super peppered ranch. Cracked black pepper and ranch.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Oh, yeah, in Bartlett. Memphis.
Yeah.
I do have to tighten the pivot a little bit, blades off center. Oh, nice. That's awesome.
It's actual hot chicken.
So I did not check that before sending it out, so it probably does need to be tightened a little bit.
You have to go potty.
What's up, Cheeto?
Hey, Cheeto.
Who let the dog in?
Who let
What?
you in?
Our dog?
Who let you in, Ruru? Who let you in? You guys have to go potty.
Your name's cracked me up.
What is it today? Carl.
Plural. Oh, he's back. Welcome back, sir.
The crash sucked. It wasn't the CDK Crash 24, but
Ooh.
So I know Gear Goons has a big setup and display set for his studio. I know I definitely want to move some stuff around, but what are your guys' like mics and critiques for that kind of stuff for gear? What do you guys use?
I mean, we have a Logi camera that we got from Walmart. It's I forget. Let me look at it real quick. We've got it set to 720p. It can do 1080, but we usually don't do it that high. And then we've got a microphone that we also got from Walmart. I couldn't tell you what brand it is, but it seems to do the job well.
Well, that's usually the goal, right? Do its job, do its thing.
We had a cheaper camera before, and like the video quality is definitely a lot better. And we were just using the mic on the computer, and I was like, it sounds like shit. So we got a mic.
Well, and that's where I got for Terran. I need to update my mic because right now I'm just using whatever my webcam has. Just don't get me wrong, webcam's got a decent mic from what it seems like. If it's picking up noise from my desk and it's not touching my desk, it's on a boom arm, and it's the tiny mic.
Yeah, I want to get a boom arm for this mic.
Okay, well, so mine's literally just the little webcam that I'm using. Like I said, I don't want to announce any brands until I know I like it or not. It's only like the third time using it in this scheme and sense.
Audio quality sounds great.
Can you hear the dog snoring that I can visibly see back here? No? Okay, cool. Because I know I heard my desk earlier when I tapped it. So, and I'm also smacked like a metal arm on there or whatever. And then you guys were talking about the box I was opening. So I wasn't shocked about hearing some noise. Which the box I was playing with, by the way, is a camera holder for your car. So hopefully it holds the very expensive little camera I purchased. And these videos are interesting because if so, I would like to make some money off them because that would be fun because, well, driving in nice scenic routes is always fun. And then, doing long travels is always a blast. So being able to use it for camping, I'm fairly certain I could probably mount this sucker to a kayak.
So I know that you are well versed with vehicles. Are you also well versed with motorcycles?
Well versed enough to know when to shut up.
I've got a hop on my front end of my Honda Shadow, and it's a 750 Honda Shadow Aero. Would that be bearings?
You said a shake in your front end?
No, it's like a hop.
My brain says it would depend on where the hop is. If it's towards the bottom, it could be in the bearing or wheel, depending on how that is put together. That would also depend on what year the Honda Shadow is. I don't know enough. That's where I would deter to someone that would tell you where the vibration is coming from. If it's on the top, it's most likely where the shock collar meets the handlebars. But that'd be just depending on where it's at. In my brain, what I'd be testing for is if the handlebars feel squishy to the front wheel, essentially pushing down on it, versus if it's happening during random speeds or random things you're doing like turning. If that makes sense. But that's only because I don't know how to diagnose that issue to where it would be coming from. But that's usually my issue when I talk about cars is I don't like diagnosing things because, any technician will say diagnosing something over the phone is absolutely impossible, even though everybody hopes it is. As a parts person, I can promise you it's not the best thing to do. As much as I wish I could tell everybody that their hopes and dreams costed 5 cents and we could fix it tomorrow. That's unfortunately not how the world has turned out. I dream of the Jetsons. I hope for the Flintstones life.
I know that I have to get my back tire replaced, which I'm not looking forward to. Because the owner that had it before me not only ran it with the low tire, but also ran it with an over inflated tire.
You see a lot of the abuse of power sports vehicles that way. In a sense, it's the same thing you get in the car community. If somebody's a modifier of vehicles, 90% of the chances is they're going to take whatever the manufacturer says and toss that right out the window with the rest of our hopes and dreams. I'm sorry to any manufacturers that happen to pop into this podcast or at any point in time in life. We do that. I'm sorry. It happens. Don't put specs on there that you don't think we're not going to be happy with. Be like CRKT. Take 3 years and redesign an axe because we're that special and we're going to destroy stuff. I mean, come on.
Which that axe is for sale on the website.
I spent money on something else after Blade Show that I shouldn't have had the money for after Blade Show, so that'll wait until 2-3 months from now. It's not on my to-buy list. It's on my dream list, so. To-buy list still has a couple, one specific folder, the Benchmade Bug Out carbon fiber. And then I don't know who else. I would say I realistically just need to get more bacon tweezers. But I met a lot of cool North Carolina makers out at Blade Show this year. It was actually really interesting. I think like 4 or 5 of the booths that my wife found were all from North Carolina. Just randomly, Where's this guy from? Oh, he's from Asheville. That's down the road from us. How did you find him? He's selling bacon tweezers. We need those. Buy those. That's okay. Let's spend money on that. I heard bacon.
Yeah, it's the Asheville Steelworks. They make the Paragon.
I don't think I had that stored in my memory bank. Do you have that something you're able to share, or do I have to look that up? I'm like, I'll gladly grab a pen for that one, but
But I just dropped link.
I was going to say, and if
Ashland.
anybody wants to drop links to any other North Carolina-based small business makers, you're more than welcome to. I'm always interested in finding people, but this is definitely Chris's show, so I definitely love him to share his products. And then I love to also inspire him to do designs that his wife probably hates me for.
Yeah, Asheville Steelworks. They're out of North Carolina. There was another knife company too that was out of Asheville. I don't remember who they were. Yeah, they're known for the Paragon.
I want to say I heard the name, but I definitely was not thinking this brand or this style. I think what I was thinking was another company altogether. That's why I was like, I don't want to say anything because things sound familiar, but like that style, I think I passed, but I thought that was a whole different booth altogether based on that dagger because there was like 4 or 5 different daggers like that this year, which was weird.
Yeah, their whole thing is that the Paragon, which they're known for, it's a gravity knife, but it's a pivot button that pushes your scales apart.
Okay, so that's why I remembered it was the gravity blade. And all gravity blades will always keep my attention.
Gravity blade.
Yeah, that's kind of why it's a gravity blade. It's gonna have my attention.
Yeah, I've got one from Riot. It's pretty good.
I would gladly say I don't own any gravity knives, only because I've never been blessed to buy one. Those are going to be the good words. Only because I've never really had many opportunities to hold ones I want to. Not any offense to just wanting to. They're not my go-to blades. Again, the whole pocket opening knife thing. I like my fingers, and I tend to cut them on things that open, so I prefer fixed blades.
And my Riot XO-M, Lena got it for me as a birthday gift like 2 years ago. And it's a cool little knife.
Well, the next time we see each other, y'all will have to show that one off because I don't think I remember that one at all.
Yeah, I can go grab it. I know exactly where it's at.
Well then, sir, less showing.
They don't run over the dog.
Yeah, I got that landmine behind me. Luckily, the carpet in here is not the wood flooring downstairs, and she blends in down there.
All of our animals like to lay right behind our chairs. So whenever you go to get up, you have to be super careful not to like turn over a tail or a paw.
Well, so currently in the studio, I have bar stools. I know I do not want to keep those in the going future. However, I do not know what I want to go to. Lounge chairs would be a good idea. I have a brand in mind, but I don't want to pay their price. I know it's a tax write-off if I put it in the studio thing, but
Yeah.
I still struggle with the fact that I have to put out the money for it throughout the fiscal year.
Brian said I don't want lock elements on that's supposed to have gravity.
All right. So This is the gravity knife from Riyadh. And you pull the button.
Okay. So let me ask you this: do you have an OTF?
I do.
Okay. How does
I
it compare?
have a couple. What was the question?
How does it compare to an OTF?
It's a little bit more fidgety than the OTF. Not as quick to deploy as the OTF.
And brand specific nonsense comes into play there.
So I have a OTF from Capcom. I also have an OTF from the company that starts with an M, Microtech. I like my OTF from Capcom better.
So you'll hear a lot of people say that. Not specifically TACCOM. I have not had the pleasure of dealing with their blades. I will gladly say that. Not in the mean sense, but in, to be kind of frank, it's the first time I've heard that name as a brand. Sorry, guys. But I do myself have a Microtech that is in a bag. It is a permanent fixture. It's not a go-to permanent fixture, but it has its place. And I'm okay with saying that. There are other products that they make that I do like a little better. Actually, based on the sales person that I spoke to, I'm pretty certain they no longer actually carry that product, which is depressing. I love when you meet the new salespeople at those booths because you can really tell who is there for the knives and who is there because they can speak eloquently. I'm going to say that as I'm trying to put something back together because I was silly and took it apart.
Let me go grab my Microtech.
Like I said, I was silly and took something apart, so I had to fix it.
So I'm also going to preface this show and tell with the fact that I don't know if this is actually an actual Microtech or club. I don't know, but that's my Microtech.
You said you don't know if it is an actual Microtech?
I don't know. I was told it was. I don't know for sure. And then here's the Tapcom, which is about the same size.
Okay. So beyond the fact that you probably I think mine's finally worn all the way off. But so Microtechs have a serial number on them, for one.
On the blade?
So I don't think it's on the blade, but like so in a sense.
Oh, wait, no. I got one on the clip.
Right. So that's where I thought it was, but like I said, I think mine is worn off at this point in time.
I've got one on the clip. I've got a serial number on the clip. It says Microtech, and then I've got a date underneath of the Microtech logo, all on the clip.
So that would be an accurate one. So like this one here, this is not its normal clip. This is its secondary clip. One, I know I busted the first one right the hell off of it because of my job profession. And two, this is not the one I actually keep on there normally. I've made a Kydex one with a lot less nonsense on it. And just because I love you, Microtech, But this clip is nonsense. It's cool for a belt, but someone who pocket carries, like, thank you for caring about my jeans, but and I say this to most manufacturers, by the way, I don't need this nonsense. I don't. Like that banana clip, Microtech. There's your banana clip. Like, we pretty much have the identical Microtech, by the way, sir. Fairly certain it's even the same size. Yours is an 85, I believe.
Yep, UTX 85.
I've got a pretty good eye for him. I'm almost fairly certain you bought that the same Blade show that I did. It was most likely you bought it in 2019.
I didn't buy it.
Okay.
And the date on the clip, it says 2/23.
Okay, perfect. That's even better. Because I know that was one that was at the Blade show in 2019, because that's where I picked mine up at. But like even Spyderco, I've had to change the clip so the clip is not so aggressively grabby. And of course, it's my profession. Things grab my pockets. It sucks. My elbows clip items all the time. That happens. I don't, life is what it is. So I think I figured out my question from last time. It relates to the microphone. So question from last time in premise was how to silence certain sounds during audio recording.
Mm-hmm.
Intelligent AI or noise canceling plus software. So I started looking into it because that is going to be something I'm going to have to deal with being a platform channel person. And then I was going to kind of see if you have any information about like some of the other platforms leading off YouTube, so like Patreon, etc. If any of those have been worth the study and or research.
I haven't done anything with any other platforms. I know Zach has a Patreon, but it's not something that I've ever looked into. And I'm gonna preface all of that with like I wanted, and this may change just because things that I've seen.
Well, things change. That's the course of life.
Well, I never joined TikTok or YouTube because I wanted to be an internet personality. I didn't give two shits about getting paid. I just wanted to use it as an avenue to get more eyes on what I do.
Which is okay. So let me make sure I hear this. You didn't think of the idea of being an influencer. You just wanted to be the creator, the maker.
Yeah.
Right. That's how that works. However, that's where you get the struggle that happened in the show Wayne's World, where the creator and the maker have different intent. And I mean, hopefully it's the same person where the agenda or the goal is the same, but that's why a lot of companies have managers and stuff to help the goals consistently meet in the middle, because nothing's perfect. And like, I mean, I could tell you day-to-day manager stuff. I can see completely different things that my owners see versus my managers. And it's as simple as just where the lines are drawn.
Yeah.
I don't, some of us don't know where the lines are drawn. Some do.
Well, so after doing YouTube, which we're coming up on 3 years, I think that we've been doing YouTube. I bounce around a lot with my content. I bounce around a lot with the things that I talk about. I show off some of my work, but there's other things that come up during the conversation of while we're on YouTube. And it's like, the more I think about it, it's like I'm leaving a lot of money on the table by not monetizing my time. And so it's like I'm in this weird, like, do I push harder to try and be what I didn't want to be, or because like full-time content creators, like, that's a full-time job. Being a maker, that's a full-time job.
Yep. So what what you have to figure out is what type of your own lane are you going to be in. And shout out to this, only because I respect where I get these ideas from as full intention. Or in the set, the mindset that comes from it is Colin Noir's latest video. I'm not going to say anything more than that to go on the premise of what it is or what it's about, because I'm going to try to any type of gun tuber that I might be in the future. I don't care to deal with drama, nonsense, or any of that. It's about products. It's about placement. It's about business. It's. Don't bring me into drama. I don't care. I got shit to do. Sorry for the language. I got stuff to do.
I don't care. I broke that.
No, you don't. But
YouTube.
Okay, I'm like I know you don't, but I don't know how everybody else feels. So,
for our first year, I was very censoring of the language that I would use. And I mean, unless I say certain buzzwords that get us shadow banned or shut down, it really doesn't fucking matter.
I'm gonna have to get a list of those fucking words. I know that the biggest issue for monetization is within the first minute. And then on the shorts, it's even shorter than that. It's like within the first 6 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever. So there's some finicky background, but as I told you with the other EDC makers, the gray line's a dangerous line. You play with it, fuck around and find out.
Well, I mean, I can tell you exactly what you need to get monetized.
What do you need?
Hold on, my studio's popping up.
Oh, you're good.
So, YouTube also has it set to where you can't go live for a certain amount of time until you have like a certain amount of subscribers, which is the whole reason why we started using StreamYard, because it bypasses that and we do what we want. So eligibility for monetization, you have to have at least 500 subscribers, 3 video uploads within the last 90 days, and one of the following: 618 valid public watch hour, 3,000 public watch hours in the last 365 days, and 1 valid public short view. 3 million public short views in the last 90 days. I don't have either of those. I have 3 video uploads in the last 90 days. I'm short on subscribers and the other 2 things, which I have to do them. And then you're eligible for monetization.
So 2 things come into that. You said we're off YouTube, right?
Do what?
You said we're off YouTube?
No, we're still on YouTube. We're just, it's
Okay.
a workaround.
No, you're fine. The reason why I wanted to make sure if we were on live or not in that sense is specific to what happens outside of what we do. I'm notorious for 2 of those 3 things that you just listed. So I can farm likes, I can farm videos, and someone who knows what happens in the industry. There's a reason why I run Pandora as a streaming service and I run YouTube as a streaming service, because of certain benefits. And this will the names at the bottom here would be the sense of what's coming on my end, but I've always liked to stay behind the scenes. However, this behind the scenes is no longer always an option, which sucks. And that's kind of the fun part, I guess, with turning 40 in the next few years and the future of changing life, of how do I pass on my own knowledge, etc. So now it's going to be figuring out how to do it online, or as one of my favorite movie quotes, on the line. Just to anybody out there who's a techie nerd, hate me, I don't care. Hate and love are all the same. We can enjoy playing StarCraft 2 or Red Alert if you're a fan.
But what my favorite phrase is on the YouTubes.
That's also a classic. There's like one of the things I was thinking about with the YouTube channels in a sense for you guys, and it was after I started watching kind of some of my other influencers, what I like is that they're using YouTube as D&D game boards or cosplay. Tavern play? Roleplay, D&D, all the same, cosplay involved. And they've created their own influencing characters off of it. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm trying to make my own influencing character so that I can do all three of the puzzle pieces that you kind of mentioned earlier. Because the two of those puzzle pieces are, one, getting those the monetization to get those streaming hours. It's easier to do the little minute videos. And the reason being is because people run through their reels a lot faster. So if you're constantly creating minimal small content, there's a couple cats that I could definitely plug later that do this very well, that are currently on YouTube making good money due to their history and what they've done. They've learned how to monetize some of those benefits. Again, it involves other things like farmings. Farming also would be considered the pyramid scheming construct, getting people to plus your product out or push your namesake or whatever product. So always be cautious depending on where you land there. But,
Yeah.
Product placement wise is probably where I'm wanting to lean the most. I know it's really silly, but I was watching an interview with T-Pain, and T-Pain said that somebody reached out to him, paid him a very, very large sum of money for Twitch 2-hour stream for a certain product. And I'm like, I kind of wish I was that guy. How could I be that guy?
Yeah.
It's like the only thing I can think of and that everybody loves to comment on is like characters like Lord of the Rings, the dwarf. And I'm like, well, if I had a battle axe, I would carry a battle axe into war. However, battle axes are not currently the best way to handle tactical warfare. I will also tell you that most of the plate-carrying gun runners that exist out there and the tubers that cosplay as other things, if they've seen war, you can tell the difference in their face. The demeanor's a little different, a little colder. If you don't notice the difference, they're probably talking as a podcaster.
Yep.
Going outside of the industry, you look at other influencers, you could really tell the difference. Just more recently, seeing the way influencers work or not talk or disappear out of social media light based on time frames or when things can get sticky. Got to play those cards when you get them. If you get them, sometimes the game is played and you're the one still holding the Uno. Unfortunately, it happens. Try to find the reverse when you can, but
Well, and that's the whole thing that I was thinking about, because it's like there's tons of ways to do things. And so it's like, well, do I want to do it myself and be like, hey, I'm Chris Early and Black Star Designs, blah, 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 blah. Or would I want to do it as an anonymous character?
so both. So I made the comment of the hand model earlier as a joke in the post before I hopped online, because of course you'd love to stir something up that makes me want to come on here without my camera set up the right way, because I'm waiting to buy a mic and all that crap. And as much as I appreciate that about you, full tang axe this time, Spaceballs 2 last time, the nonsense that didn't create, got 4 hours later before I could log on. Whoa, Zach's gonna still hear about that one, bastard. The way that I'm approaching it, and this is the best way I'm going to say it, is you have to be two different people. And I've seen this in business and I've seen this in the social media platforms. However, this is where people get those two people crossed when they meet them. It's going to unfortunately say that. People will say certain people are a little more arrogant or they're a little bit more egotistical, a little more pompous. And it's like, okay, well, we've given them that popularity to be that. When other humans do it that we don't like, we usually brush them off or say something. However, when it defeats the purpose to talk negative or going to, which absolutely sucks. I see it in everyday work. So
one thing that bugs me is that, and it just may be the name of the game. It may be what you. Excuse me, I've been breathing in metal dust all day. It may be what you have to do in order to make it. Because I mean, my mom always told me from a young age, you have to play the game to win. Well, what does that mean? You have to play the game to win. What's the game? You have to play the game to win.
Well, so there's two games though. Well, no, there's more than that. Let's be real. There's definitely more than that games.
She was more so talking about business.
So business, there's still two games, and this is really going to be a three-way conversation in a sense of the first part of business is ethics. A lot of businesses suffer from that.
That's where I was going with ethics. So
I'm going to go away from ethics, and I'm going to talk about big box retailers, the guys that cut the ethics out. So then you have two spectrums. We'll call it owner versus management. The owner is going to oversee wanting to make a product that is cheap, effective, and will work for a niche environment that is globally utilized.
Mm-hmm.
So full supply and full demand.
Mm-hmm.
However, then they're also going to want it to break down the instant you buy it. The manager's aspect is, I don't want to hear these people complain. Let's not do that.
Yep.
And those two realms of thinking usually relate to millions of dollars on tables. I'm unfortunately not the type of person that sits at those tables half the time. I don't get to smoke my whiskey and drink
Your cigars.
I saw it at a very.
That needs to be a T-shirt.
Well, you stop stepping on landmines, fool. I know you don't mean to, but if this title could be any bigger, there would be an extra comma and another one with every effing website that I'm building. However, the main one, the first one, if you go to that.shop, you'll start seeing the other websites as I build them by just pages, because why waste the money? I don't need to. I'm smarter than that now. I've learned, hiring an IT person is nice, but hiring AI is just as dangerous. So let's, see where the world takes us. But I've learned that I don't need to have 4 websites to create the same sales. I want to talk about different platforms that I'm working on. Thanks, YouTube, Patreon, for all designing that and just basically saying, hey, if you're paying how much ever money to have a GoDaddy website, why not figure out how to actually utilize it for multiple things?
Yeah.
So, started to learn that a lot more in the last 2 years, and actually watching your guys' content along with other EDC makers. And I say the term EDC, and it's only because I don't want to be specific in what makers and or products, because I don't care to talk about most of them. A lot of it is that whole high school drama thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm looking at a big box maker or a maker that I truly want to buy product from, like I said, it's customization in that gray area where you F around and find out, or something that I want to mainstream. I don't know if it's going to look good as a 2x3 design, or a 1x1 logo pattern, or a my favorite thing with y'all on the handkerchiefs, the 8x8 design. Who is wiping their hand on that? My strong hand is bigger than that. I think
That's not our normal size.
I know everybody's a little different. I appreciate one Hank maker that was making like a 13x13 consistently. If he watches your channel, shout out, dude, you're awesome. I appreciate you still. No, I don't own enough of your products, and I'm sorry, but
So those mini Hanks were out of necessity. It wasn't a design choice.
well, so it's funny. One of the Hanks I carry more for for silly nostalgic reasons, happens to be my Shank Hank. I randomly got it in a knife raffle somewhere. I'll be honest, I don't even remember who gave it to me. I feel so bad. If I could think of who it was probably a local Facebook guy that is pretty big in the knife scene background. Tries to keep semi-low profile, but it was probably most likely a gift from him. But it was a Spaceballs little purple guy, 2x3 flag handkerchief, went in the pocket perfectly.
Yep.
It was a really dumb design to me until it consistently made it into my rotation for no reason other than, hey, look at what I know.
Yeah, so the smaller Hanks, we were dealing with the website for custom fabric.
Yeah.
And whenever you're dealing with that website on your phone, it's really hard to deal with. When you do it on a desktop, it's fine. You can actually do the dimensions and everything's great, which we learned later on. Those little, like, 8x8 Hanks, or actually, I think they might be 6x6. It was a mess up, and we're like, well, we spent the money. We got to go with it. And then come to find out, like you were just saying, the smaller Hanks fit better in your pocket. So we were like, oh, cool, happy accident. But our normal size is like 11 by 11 or 11 and a half by 11 and a half. So it's like, it's a good size, but
So,
we did that. We did a smaller size other than 12 by 12 or 13 by 13 because of the custom fabric to make sure that, well, just not custom fabric, just to make sure
don't
we would
disagree.
get a good amount out of every yard of fabric. So
Right. So the one weird thing I kept reaching out to a lot of the Hank makers was a design flaw in my head of no one reaching into the community that actually exists for, we're just going to say, fabric.
mm-hmm.
Maternal moms go through throw-up rags like they are no other's business.
Yep.
I think, without showing the maker's mark on it.
Which I meant to ask you because we never talked about, how did those the towels turn out for you with Squirtle?
I have not freaking finished that project, brother. It is still on my fabric table. The image is the two images that I grabbed off of the towels that I know I'm going to use for at least the two first runs. Fantastic. What I'm waiting on is myself. We're gonna put the full audience on myself here. I have not put together the sewing table that I'm building my wife to help myself get the sewing machine that I keep leaving up to her to run because I love upholstery, but I want to get her in the creative mood. I want her to be part of these projects. I will be honest, I am romanticizing for a lot of people, kind of like what you and your wife got going on and a few other people in the EDC communities. I feel there's a lot of people that leave their partners out. Me and my wife both like knives. We both like guns. Definitely don't believe our hobbies are as vibrant as others are. But if you sit down and have us watch Repo the Genetic Opera, Rocky, or a picture show, we're both going to sing along like silly little goobers and or most 90s animated Disney. Retrospect on probably some of the weirder Disney movies, but
Speaking of, I just saw it today. So the collegiate World Series is going on right now, and there is it's like State College. I don't even know what state they're from, but they're called the Chanticleers, and I was like, that's who I want to win.
In my head, that's within the top 10 best names for like an a cappella group that I appreciate. Like, I really
It's
did.
from Rockadoodle, man.
Well, no, I do. That's what I'm saying. Like, I love the idea of it because of course, I knew what movie it was from. So it happens to be one of my favorite movies.
An amazing.
Well, sadly, it's not even in my top 10, but there's reasons to that. From my childhood, it's one of my I would say one of my old time favorites. That one, I'd probably put on that one. The Page Master, if you remember that movie. Pagemaster is actually one of the movies that drew my love into knives, more specifically swords. Most people don't understand if they've ever actually talked to me about knives. True makers conversations. There's only a few people that can actually contest to this. I don't like actually small knives. And I'm not talking about fixed blades. I'm talking about actual knives. I like the idea of Grunt's Berserker sword. If you watched Samurai X, the guillotine the guy carries, any sword that was designed for the not so average sized human to wield and or axe, anything that's oversized and chunky, most likely a fan of it. So, Sword in the Stone was always a cute little movie to date, but like I remember drawing medieval sized over metalled weapons as a child. 7th grade, sitting there doodling in the notepad. Still got some of those doodles in, and my head says nowadays is that is not the idea piece of metal to make. I appreciate makers that do go after that crowd because they will buy your shit. I'm sorry. I do have a problem when it comes to certain knives. I have a list with a current sword on it. Thank you, Tops, for making me hate life again. I appreciate it. You didn't see what I had Scott make me leather-wise, did you? Scott Rising?
I don't think so.
Let me actually put it together, make it right. And
But so to go back to what I was saying before, though, about the issue that I have with some content creators, because the way that we've always done our stuff on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, is what you see is what you get. Like, I'm exactly the same person in person that I am on here. And there's a lot of people that are influencers, whether it be in EDC or not, that you meet them in real life and they're totally different from how they portray themselves. And that goes into the whole ethical thing.
I do agree with you. However, there's also a lot of people that I've met in the industry that are pure at what they want to do, so they stay out of a lot of it too. For those that have lost their way or have enjoyed the inflated ego that comes from being a star, and don't get me wrong, knowing the value of your product is very different. People like T-Pain understand this. People, Barrett Gillis, they understand this. If you're able to, this is the difference. If you're able to market a product, that's awesome. If you're able to market a product you can make that's better than anything else on the market, that's ambitious and amazing. There are companies that have existed or came from this, Forged in Fire, blah, blah, blah. We all talk about the, kind of the stride and true hustle of it, but the selling of the soul happens in two ways, and this is where the pyramid marketing schemes and all those people get frustrated. Either you choose to sell your soul, or you make a product that someone else is going to sell their soul for. Cool, that's awesome, because that means you have public buy-in, you have built-in appreciation. This would be, like in my head to some marketers, the Alzheimer's awareness. As much as I love the Alzheimer's awareness, if the dedicational funds isn't almost 100% going to the funding of Alzheimer's, then I don't care as much when I have a family member suffering from it. I'd much rather take care of them. Now, to date, there's very few programs I watch and nonprofits I follow because of that, because I've realized what we watched at 3 a.m. of the sad crying children, we were paying other people to make those videos. Mm-hmm. Now, that's where the GunTuber comment and YouTuber comments came in earlier. I get where some makers, some content creators, some influencers have spent really great money on cameras and equipment and things. Land, it's a big one for some of us. Because at the end of the day, depending on what you're trying to talk about, you're going to need certain things. So, like when me and you first started talking, I told you my whole goal was I realized that my goals were small. And the goals weren't right. Now, the only reason why I realized that is because I realized you were ahead of me. Zach is drastically ahead of me, and a few others are, which is perfect, because to understand success, I either have to be Kid Icarus and fly too far and smack the sun, or I steadily learn the strides and the failures of those around me. Now, I've always loved to soar bright, loud, and crashing through crap, but I've learned that's not okay in this industry that I want to get into. And I don't even know if I would say it's an industry, but I'm going to say an industry I want to create. Because EDC isn't related to guns and knives, and it really bugged me that everybody just sat on. Well, I'm going to rephrase that. It's not that it bugged me, but if you're a felon and you can't own a gun, I get it. However, you don't need a $700 knife that is going to break when someone actually puts it to use. Just FYI. I saw that in the 2020 Blade Show video where people were breaking knives, and it depressed me in a sense of why are people buying Save Queens and not putting them to use. Now, speaking of that, this is what I had Scott design me. So it's as a bigger guy, a full back harness for two very specific machetes to sit in.
Nice.
And one of them is designed as a light machete for, like, we'll say trekking through very heavy grasslands where you're not having to cut thick pieces of wood, where the other one would be designed to separate shoulder from arm. So drew inspiration from the Book of Eli on that one, and I've loved the design. It carries two different tops on it, which is probably the most annoying thing for most makers, but there's a few knife makers that have made very large blades I'm a fan of. I'll just be honest, when your price tag's over $700, any knife maker out there, and you're not a chef's knife, something I want to touch every other night or every night.
Did you see the machete I made?
No. Firm fucking no. When was this, sir?
For the last show that I did in March.
Then absolutely not. I have had my head up my own tailpipe for the last 18 months, if you've forgotten. That is how long I have actually been away from social media.
Fair enough.
It has been almost 19 months since I moved out to North Carolina, and in the 19 months, I've pretty much been absolutely quiet on social media in comparison. So,
Machete.
okay, I did not realize it was machete sized.
Mm-hmm.
My brain said that was a chopper, so my fault. I did not see background sized blades for context, but I did see those pictures. It was very nice.
Yeah, I gotta redo the handle on this guy because I found a new trick. I still have this chef, and Zach and his wife have this little mini chef now, and then I still have this chopper.
Your machete, real quick. Ugh. So, interesting enough, you have a design premise I am interested in. What I would
that machete it was supposed to be a feature with Mike Carroll. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I haven't heard anything about it. We had a really cool idea for the handles, and I got tired of waiting, so I made one. That's designed off of Jason's machete. That's why the handle looks the way it does.
All right, let me clarify. You were speaking about Mike, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I know context. I do know that a lot of people over the last 3 years have gotten very busy in their content or their maker's mark that they have been approaching. Whether if their goal has a changed from what their original intent was, or if they've made their own lane. I would like to say he made his own lane because I saw the car or I'm going to say it was a food truck. I don't think it actually was a food truck. But the UPS truck or box truck that he was building, I thought that was an interesting build. But sorry.
Also, this is the V2 of the knife you have. But these two have put handles on them.
Gotcha. I was going to say, I know I had one of the V1 or the ones above that for sale when I did the last gun and knife show down here. Oh, not the last one, the one before last.
Yeah.
Very interesting fact in the local areas down in comparison to like coming from Phoenix to out here. You can definitely tell the people don't spend, I'm going to say, the money in understanding. I don't know how to word this.
There's a disconnect.
I think so, but I don't know where the disconnect came from besides Amazon. And I don't want to blame Amazon for it.
Probably Amazon and Walmart.
Well, no, okay, Walmart's actually a good version of what I'm thinking of. Cabela's had one, but I've learned not every Cabela's has one. I think Walmart was the same way. But I remember having a blade counter where they had an open knife where you could feel, touch, utilize, whatever. However, what irked me, and this is where I don't like to bring it up with the EDC community, but this is where certain Facebook communities caught my attention, because I didn't know any knife makers. I didn't know the brands. I didn't Google in 2018 and 2017. I wasn't Googling who was making what knife. If I needed a knife, I picked it up wherever I was at. Now I've learned way different from that. I'm glad that online shopping has become what it is, where you can buy tops online or you can buy Black Star online. That's becoming what it needs to be. However, out there sucks. So, if you looked at the two big schemes to get your name out there, is Google advertising, Facebook advertising, TikTok, whoever, figuring out their algorithms and running it or paying for it. If you don't want to run their algorithm, you got to pay for it.
Yep.
Pay for it. That's the way. That's one of my favorite things, to go back to what your family member said about you got to play the game. That one of the two games is either bureaucracy or you pay to play.
Yep.
Or if you don't pay to play, you have the money to play. Very different.
So with that machete at that knife show, thanks to another knife maker, I've changed how I do my handles. And so that's voodoo scales on that machete. And he had a knife with voodoo scales, and it looked totally different than mine. I was like, dude, what did you do different? Like, I wanted to learn something, because his looked way nicer than mine. And he's like, oh man, it's super simple. You just do this, this, and this, and then you're done. And I was like, ow. I did that on the chef knife, man. Like I told you, that acrylic looked like glass.
Yeah, it's
so
the buffing.
That machete, I'm going to do the same process on those handles, and those handles are going to look.
Well, send me details about how big that thing is, because you're not far off what I want. The only thing that I would tell you is there's a specific tops knife that I love that's Dishonored, and I've always been reaching out to guys to buy another one every time I've seen one. I haven't had the cash or whatever, but it's the articulation of the blade is one of my favorite knife makers, and it's gonna draw my brain a ruckus until I figure it out. Let me make sure. I would say if anybody's paying attention to tell me who made it in the comments, but this is going to be one that
I think Brown's the only one still with us, which we appreciate you hanging out with us. And
I was going to say
our nonsense.
So the guy's name is Kevin. He basically made a knife called On Point Tactical, and the premise of the knife was to be comfortable in your hand in long duty use. So if you're going out camping and having your knife in your hand, where you're talking about two things. One, your hand shaking due to like a tremor, being able to hold on to the blade a little better. I loved that part of his design construct. And then the second part, when your life depended on it, so you're talking 4 hours into exhaustion with your hand, 6 hours into cramping, your hand doesn't want to cooperate with the glove on. That knife still allows you to do things just by the articulation of rocking. Now, it is not great for like if you're getting that tired and you're trying to cut a potato. You're probably going to be putting that potato on a bad piece of wood that you're cutting. Not beneficial. But if you're just making feathering, beautiful knife. You keep that notch and you can sit there for hours. It's a great wood whittler. I wish it was smaller. Like one of the things that I planned to do with what we were working on over the knife handle conversations was I want to downscale that knife and make it more of the size of their pit stop, which is shaving an inch off of it overall, but also shaving substantially shorter quarter-inch off the overall width of the knife, which would be substantial for that. And that's where I'm learning, between me and you, what knife handles make. And Voodoo Resin's been a big brand over the last few years I've always watched. There's one other guy in Australia that I like. That's how small my knife handle community is. Like in my brain, looking at what I did with resin and my mistakes that I made, that's because that's all that stuff was in my brain, but it came out nice, was I didn't understand the rest of the process. So if I made a block and I didn't like a block, I didn't understand to cut a piece off and add it to ivory, another piece, micarta, to make it what it wasn't and to make it happy, to see what it was. And thank you for sharing with me that was part of that knife, because that made me happy with the product. But literally in my head, I was just like, I kept a couple pieces I wanted out of it and I'll make something from it in the future, but I didn't know what to do with it. And that was my ultimate problem, because it was the test run of a product. And now that I know that I can make the same thing those guys make, I'm like, now I just want to buy your stuff because it's a design that I want for a knife. I want to customize this specific knife. Like, it's actually funny, the knife that you have that I got from you. I want to do the V2, but I want to do a different setup for that handle, and I even like it. We'll call it the bear handle. I think I want to do the same structure. However, we need to find someone that can paracord wrap.
Zach.
I don't have any of his work, and that's going to be a structural issue for me
I
later.
think this is also some of the resin that you sent me.
Yep.
Which that stuff was really cool.
My only issue with that, because I think those were ones that I made smaller molds of. Those runs were more pigment based, so I didn't like the fact that certain things were left so separated in the coloring. We'll go with live and let learn. If you tap the object that spins, you get a small swirl. If you hold the Ugga Dugga down, you get all one color. That was the lesson I learned, because both of those pieces that are shown, I was trying to layer the resin, but when you tap it, it moves. So I'm gonna tell you this. Like, I bought my wife a coffee mixer so that I could destroy her old one, because the old one's going to go into resin making, because the little whisk on it is a fantastic design. However, I know I'm going to have to buy multiple whisks as I do resin because of how it's going to want to hold on to that item. Once I tap it and actually start to get the mold to settle, I shouldn't have the combination color problems I was having before. It should be smoother transitions, which is, the guy in Australia has really clean transitions in his clear molds, or his clear bricks. But I love how Voodoo Resin, and I don't like the hex clad design, but I always have admired their use of the honeycomb. And my wife is being allergic to bees and also fascinated by them. Has a honeycomb tattoo, so I've always wanted to give her a knife that can match that. So her knife design right now is going to be based off of the Tops Lioness when I redesign. I would say some profile issues that I have with it only for her hand size. I want to find one of their mainly black, but blue, green, bluish hued with the honeycomb. I've seen some of it every year that they've done handles. So hopefully when I can find a piece I want to snag, I'll grab it and be able to make handles out of it, because that's, I think, where I'm at with that. And then I got to buy my 72-inch belt and buffer wheel combo. I got the jewelry buffer wheels coming from Phoenix, unfortunately, but the big old 72-inch belt sander I don't have yet. Don't have the room for the shop. But, always goals to make the big, proud grounds. So, constructive idea. If you're trying to get likes, how do you get likes all day long? Okay, so if you're trying to figure out how to get hours of newsfeed, one, are you currently watching yourself on a different monitor?
No, I'm not.
That's one less viewer you have. So, like, right now, you should have me as a viewer and as being in the studio, correct?
It should be.
Right. So, if I turned on my laptop back here, there are influencers that I know that do this. And if they ever don't want to admit it, most of your favorite fucking platforms are Twitch. But they'll have more computers on behind them all watching their platform.
Well, so like I'm streaming through StreamYard. I also have YouTube pulled up and I'm on YouTube. So I mean,
Right.
Technically I am watching.
Right, but do you see does it say how many viewers on your screen?
It does on StreamYard.
Right, so like
So
right
even
now.
when nobody's here, it still says one person's watching, which is me.
So, okay, so you do have it set up right then, because I know that the way that I would explain it is, you have your phone up, right? So the next time you have wifey's phone near you and you guys go off YouTube, if she has a different YouTube account, she can log in, and that becomes. So if you have a laptop hiding behind you, you get my point.
Yep.
So that's farming. But the way that I'm looking at farming those streaming hours is content that is either I'm not going to call it noise pollution, but background noise, and or content that is consistently coming up in your feed. So part of the channel breakdown, the different parts of the name, one of the names is basically my advertising agency to launch each individual business and or structure each individual piece to it. The second half is the nonprofit for the dog training and or dog pieces of my life and in retirement, and basically making them happy the rest of their life versus myself, because I'm humble enough to pick up the dog crap and I love it for that reason. But at the same time, I know how many hours are in a day, so having people to help is also a big piece to that community. Same with dog trainers, dog walkers. You have to also pay into the community. You can't, and I think some blade makers forget this. You could probably point out some of those people in future conversations. But there's a lot of blade makers that forget I wouldn't say where they came from or who they're designing their knives for, because they have their clientele that they're probably doing it for if they're making it at this point in time. But there's a lot of people that forgot what the knife is used for. Specifically any big box brand. As much as I love Gerber knives, I definitely have stopped carrying their $20 frame lock because I constantly have to sharpen it. I constantly keep breaking them. I constantly keep losing the belt clip that's proprietary to that item. So there's things to it. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm going to be carrying my Microtech every day because, sorry, Microtech, but your 11-pound trigger is a little much.
I think that's why I like TACCOM better, because it's a little bit easier to deploy.
So
And it's also a hell of a lot cheaper.
Wifey has a Raven Tactical, which is a hell of a lot cheaper. It's also a hell of a lot heavier. So on the scale of I'm not carrying it, it's on the fuck no scale. Not against it. I love the fact that they offer many colors, and I love the fact that they offer a lot of blade styles, and the way the product works. I'm not against. It's just weight. It's most of my hatred towards knives weight. Unless it's a camping knife or I'm not carrying my backpack is, then. But even then, once I start carrying and counting ounces, the big fixed blades get chucked real fast. If we're talking shit hits the fan versus Tactical Tom versus Safety Sam, Safety Sam's carrying the big stuff. Tactical Tom's losing weight. When shit hits the fan and Bug Out Dan's getting involved, yeah, I'm not carrying it. The truck can. Those items are going to get mounted to the canister in which I'm propelling my life with. But so Wifey's big intent for Blade Show this year was an OTF. I gave her the money for it. I said, have your hearts to fill. I told her I would carry both of my OTFs with me. I left my Microtech at home because I knew Microtechs are technically there. And I knew that Microtech and their newer versions are a lighter triggerable. And then I asked her in severity which booth she wanted to see OTFs. And I basically told her all of the brands I knew that made OTFs outside of Microtech, Heretic, and the big few. She looked up Raven Tactical. They weren't there, so fine, whatever.
So you said that, not to interrupt you, but you said you went to Coppershed.
Oh yeah.
So TACCOM was the booth next to Coppershed.
I'm so sorry. I walked past him twice.
I'm just letting you know.
Well, no, it was a bad situation. One, Apple Tart loved Ryan immediately from meeting him. She hopped in his booth with no care to the world that she was a service dog. She hopped right between his two little tables and said, "Hi, this is my spot. I'm not hanging out here. Thanks. You gave me the safe zone of no one will touch me." It was so hysterical. He goes, "Oh, you're allowed." And he looks at me, he goes, "Oh," and he calls me by my last name, and he's like, "This is who you are." I'm like, "Yep." He goes, "It's been, 7 years and 10 times we could have met." I'm like, "Yep, 100%. And he's like, "Come around." We were chit-chatting a while. The reason why I mentioned it is both times I went past his booth, he was busy. The booth was busy. The booth was packed. So I'm not taking that away from him. It was more or less just getting to see. I think my wife actually went and saw his OTFs. I did not go to his table because of the crowd. Now, the reason why I have an emotional support animal is as much as I love people, I also don't love them being around me.
Yeah.
And if you don't say you have emotional support issues, which, okay, fine, I'll wear that brushstroke. I have anger management issues. Stupid people hurt my feelings. Those two things in large crowds make me not a happy person. But I'm still not going to say I'm going to strive away from them and or hide myself from public outings. I'm just going to be smart about it. And I feel like the dog makes that easier. It's also an 80-pound house seal. So I understand it's otter, it'll bring you rocks, but if you approach it funny, it might snap. So will I. But, the biggest thing about Blade shows now, because where we bought our OTF, where we ended up buying the OTF, wasn't much further down from his booth or their booth. Wifey ended up buying a Hogue. So I have a Benchmade. I've had a Hogue. I sold my Hogue. It was one of Hogue's first launches of OTFs. It was very large. It It needed its own footprint in my pocket. It fought for space with my phone, which was also getting bigger at the time. And by no means do I wear skinny jeans and don't have pockets. I wear Dickies most of the time. The pockets are large, but if your knife is like 7 inches long, that's a lot of real estate to pocket.
Mhm.
So I stopped carrying that one. I mean, immediately sold it. I think I had it for like 2-3 days. It did not last long. The Benchmade, I won in a raffle. 100% have fallen in love with it again. Carbon fiber has won my heart for light. So I have 3 freaking pocket knives now that are all carbon fiber, and 2 that are micarta folders. So now I'm trying to find another, and I know which brand it is. It's going to be the Bug Out carbon fiber. I just really don't want to spend $300 on it. So if anybody wants to, look at kicking one around for like $200, find me. Say hi in the chat. If you're talking now, I'm gonna go check. Because that you're tired. Then go to bed. Go see mom. I just got a giant yawn from the audience. So there's I'm trying to even think. She didn't even get the specific new release that they did. She got the polycarbonate SIG Hogue knife, which is super light. Very weird texture, by the way. If you're somebody who wears gloves, you'll probably love it. If you're in water, it's aggressive enough to keep grip of. Trigger was, in my head, a little gritty. Sorry, Benchmade's got a decent trigger. A little heavier, but decent in my head on that one. But I wasn't mad at it. That's why I bought my Hogue scalpel, because also I've got 2 of them. I've got to fix them and on the folder, because if an EMT is going to need a knife, I'd rather give it to them and hope to God it's clean than if they need to hand it to me and stick it in me that it's not clean. Or there's definitely EDC gear I feel like the community is laxed on, just because.
Holy shit! Holy shit! What's up?
What it? I'm actually.
One second, I'll be right back.
All right, part time. Hi, Jinky Monk. Well, welcome in. We were talking about different types of folders and other knives as makers have made, and things have changed. Different versions he's made, educational lessons, things that he's learned. So.
How did the volunteering go, Paul? What are you doing? Paul's here. giant book. Not yet, Falk. I say not yet, kind of. So our postmaster looked into it and recommended that we make a claim. But where we are with the claim, I'm going to mute Scott until he gets back. So where we are with the claim is we use Shippo, and when you put extra insurance through Shippo, they use a different company. So I don't know if I can make a claim through USPS or if I have to make a claim through said company. I started the process of making a claim through said company, and they want like DNA records and a tooth and a bunch of ridiculous shit that kind of pissed me off. So I'm going to try and do it through USPS and see what they say. If not, it's going to be a mess because right now, as it sits, I have 6 packages that are out in the ether that are missing. So here's back.
Yeah. I had to go check on the wife and see if she was awake or asleep. She's currently asleep. So I don't know where she's got her Hogue. I'm assuming it's in her purse, but that's only because I assume she carries things that will save her life one day and not offend my spirits, and not because that's where the pocket pistol is. It's currently offending my spirits in the gun safe. But since she has moved out to North Carolina, she's a little more relaxed. She doesn't feel like the area we live in is as chaotic as where we grew up. So
I had something really cool happen.
what did you have?
I went to a moving sale, and I was talking with the lady because you always talk with people. You never know what's going to happen. And so I was talking with her, and she was like, "Do you know anybody who would want some like old Bibles?" And I was like, "How old?" And she goes, "Well, one was 18 something, and I don't know about the other one." I was like, "How much?" And she was like, "No, I'm just giving them away." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll take that." 1873.
What was it buying?
Do what?
I said, what am I buying from you?
No, I said I got a free 1873 Bible today, like leather bound, like legit.
That's what I thought you heard, but that's why I used the term purchase from you, because my brain didn't want to accept the first word of that sentence. It wasn't that I wanted to accept it. It was more or less I was questioning that I had heard that word. Not coming from you, but in my brain, I felt like the book title would have been called The All Fathers Book. So I was...
Well, so to give a little backstory, my mom was really into Christianity. And I was too for a little bit. Not so much now. But the whole thing about it is that there's things that are, that's the book. That's the book. For free.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
She in rough shape, but
it's a chunk of a book. But there's things that are in that book that are not in today's Bible.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, even if you're not reading it from a religious standpoint,
still interesting.
it's still interesting, and there's things that are in there like the Apocrypha that are not in today's Bible. So
You had me at mixing herbs and making soup.
I mean, also countries that don't exist on traditional maps, and more depending on what you believe, more chapters to the story, if you will. So
Oh right, the chapters get deleted when new winners win.
mm-hmm.
The only reason why I say it that way is because I do happen to know my own my own cultures in my background. And I will tell you that the biggest launch of my product placement, I don't know if I actually showed you the flag that I'm doing, but it's a true take on the world. And unfortunately, I think people are either going to love it or hate it, and I'm cool with that, but love it or hate it, it's the facts. That's my favorite part about it. You can get mad. You can get mad at a lot of things, but once it's real, it's just really, really hurtful to your feelings, and I'm cool with that. So
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: there's no such thing as bad publicity. If people are talking about it, people are talking about it.
you, sir, are very right, and that's so. My only fall point in the flag that I made, I did it in the wrong size. It's not hard to fix. I just annoyed myself enough that I don't want to fix it. But like your standard 2x3, I think I made it like it's like 217 by 415. I'm like, oops, I screwed that up. And I think I was making it off of like a specific DPI or whatever when I was at first initially doing it. Trying to make, YouTube or somebody's ethical banner nonsense and graphics. And yeah, I made myself a headache. But that's okay. It's going to look great on shirts. It's going to look great on a flag. It's going to look great and probably on a patch once I figure out to downscale the darn thing. Because right now I'm as somebody who's into the patch community, by the way, I know you haven't had to deal with me on this one. I'm sorry for Grumpy Pencil. If anybody doesn't follow him, there's a shout out to him. He's heard me suffer for the last 2 years of wanting a very large logo patch from him. And OrderCat has not allowed me to purchase it from him because he told me I had to buy it up front. And, well, I told him he had to make the design. I know he's got one made with his very artsy and crafty version, but if I'm going to invest in a new patch and Grumpy, I hope Josh, I hope you log in to see this because I doubt you will. I don't know what community platforms you pay attention to, but now I'm going to bug you because I'm getting involved.
Josh.
Grumpy.
Does his last name start with a T?
Possibly.
Or are you talking about Grumpy?
Grumpy.
No.
I don't know which Josh with this. There's a lot of Joshes inside communities. So I don't typically name drop them. I just call them Grumpy or they're
I would say this, for somebody who has stood the test of time within the patch community and has a art style that is very much their own, my hat's off to Grumpy.
So do you know one of the reasons why he has been able to make it the last 5 years? It's going to sound dumb when you hear it. He's constantly watching what sells and doesn't sell of his products and has enough designs in place to switch. And I wouldn't say on an instant because any of his true fans know that that's actually not how it works. It's about 2 weeks if he's got a lag, maybe about a month. But we use the Deadpool movie as one. I watched a lot of patch makers fumble through that. As somebody who likes to claim he's a Deadpool fan, I'm definitely not the fanboy I used to be. Even including with Wolverine, I was definitely Weapon XS fanboy, maroon and yellow costume. So we'll say post Silver, gold-ish era comics if you're a comic book guy. So all of this is predating the movies. So I fell in love with Ryan Reynolds' version of Deadpool currently, and as it's progressing, I really have not liked the artwork that has come from it. A lot of it's because they're regurgitating the art and re-emphasizing, with or without his likeness, different pieces to the community around Deadpool. Grumpy made a design that I absolutely fell in love with a few years back, and it wasn't of Deadpool, it was of a different character. But I harassed Josh enough, and then I paid him a commission to make me an art piece in absolutely the piece I wanted of Deadpool. Almost to the pose in perfect. I'm glad that he took some creative artistry on it and added a Buddhist pose to it instead of how I wanted it. I'm very happy with the fact that he has that art style you're talking about. When he did because he did that custom piece 2 years before the Deadpool 2 movie came out. Maybe a year. think it's been 2. I've had it for a while. No, it's been a lot longer now. Shit.
She's reading her new book.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Is she going to start causing some spells? Creating some witchcraft? I'm okay with it. I accept it. I just call it soup if you know what the ingredients are. It's typically in the ocean.
Yeah.
But, so, one of the things that I would say, because I've got the piece kind of off to my side, and it's not on camera on purpose. It's just out of view. Because it's a take of Deadpool that I like from a very short comic span. It's
Show
not.
it.
Yeah, man. You're going to love it once you see it.
Okay.
So the Axis timeline gave us a different Deadpool for a very short comic span. The character's name is Zenpool, and my favorite line came out of it was basically, I'm one of your alter egos, but I'm the one you didn't expect to see, the peaceful one. Now, this Deadpool character alter ego is he's okay with his scars, wears them proudly, so his armor garments don't cover most of his scar tissue. And then he's not there to kill people, which is often weird. If you pull up the pixel of it, if you type in the character's name is Zenpool, if you looked at his characteristic, one of the first comic pixelization, you will see him beating a man with a frozen turkey on Thanksgiving. It's one of the first comic strips that comes up. And he's swinging it around like a set of nunchucks. And I almost look at it characteristically as, as somebody who would be that type of architect of death, someone who is that capable and trained, John Wick, any character that you put into that genre, a frozen turkey would be an absolutely deadly weapon in their hands. One straight blow to the face, 30 pounds of ice, that's over. Most people can't handle that. I mean, unless you've got a solid structure, no. Hopefully you'll stay awake from it. But Grumpy made a 15 or 20 inch tall, maybe like a 12-inch tall Deadpool. I randomly went in on, I wasn't paying attention at all on Facebook. It's cool I'm in. It was like $100. It was a little grab bag in my brain. And then lo and behold, I get this like 17-inch tall Deadpool that's now the center of my patch mat. Because it's also done in acrylic, which I think was one of my first acrylic patches. Still learning the company, so I mean, you kind of know how that goes. Like my first metal patch was from Copper Shit. That was dope this year. I've got more than one of his Blade Show patches in that sense, and my favorite patch is probably one of his first versions of the Skeleton Key. But I do have room on my patch mat. That was where I was getting in that. And then I'm about to start building a patch wall, kind of like what you got behind you. I need some criticism there because I've got some questions, because what I built was great the first time around, but now I want to play with it. So
just a few.
All right, I'm gonna hurt your effing feelings. Put your wall back down, because I can't. Mine can't be displayed like that. I got 5 freaking walls, friend.
I need to put more panels up because I've got patches in my drawers.
See, you probably can't see my hand, so we're gonna Vanahan this. And you find something that'll work. Vanahan this stack of totes right over yonder. It's all patches. And the worst part is it's all duplicates, because I sell patches, because I'm that kind of guy. So one of the other things that I've done with Grumpy and other patch makers is I like to buy their consolidated patches that they're trying to close out on their website. And I don't offer them for sale typically online unless I'm trying to fund like a quick trip to Blade Show. In respect of those makers, I actually take the patches and show them at blade shows or gun shows or knife shows or wherever locally, and or more specifically, if people say, one off that they need something in the Facebook community, and I don't overcharge. One of the biggest things I don't believe in is overcharging people. Thanks to my father who really believed in that, because the American dream is to help the Americans live a successful life and not rip every penny from their pocket. Sorry, corporate espionage people. I don't plan to take money like that. Sorry. I want to make money. I don't want to be creepy.
You don't want to break.
I don't want to break what?
Break. BRAPE.
Well, no, I want to break the bank, but I don't want to break.
No, break.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that RAPE is one of the words that you can't say.
Oh, no. You got it. Now it made sense. My brain kept saying like Kit Kat break, and I was like, okay, this is not breaking sense. I know he's trying to say something else. Yeah, 100%. I get it. But what I would say is I want to rip off those unsuspecting military corporate American people that have the money to waste. To the everyday people, to the blue collars, and I won't even call it blue collared anymore. I'm sorry, because I'm going to say it's the high reflective guys. Because I really feel like the blue collar guys now are typically all wearing these bright yellow shirts. That's actually why I'm wearing it today, in a sense of, I know it was Juneteenth yesterday, and I appreciate the all holidays things. However, our road crews, our EMTs, all the guys that wear reflective stuff and that do very dangerous work next to mirrors that can smack them and mock Jesus or mock Jose, and drink probably the very hard alcohols or lighter beers at night just to make dinner go down a tad bit smoother and the day wear off a little easier. You guys keep making our world go round. Those are the guys that need to have the nice knife that is not going to break the bank. And I think that, like I said, most makers forget that. Actually being able to meet one maker that I've kind of liked for a few years was nice at Blade Show, because he had the right presence. And I was glad to make his first purchase at his table at around 10 o'clock of the early bird special, because that's what mattered to me. Simple fact, we kind of like you've kind of shown off the knives that you make is, you're making a knife more for yourself, and the some that you do that are custom, you just hope people pick it up. If people are happy with it, that's what you care. You're making the product. If you decide one day that you make a knife that you can sell to, say, Tops, Gerber, Cricut, one of the big guys, and have it mass produced, you are now a knife maker in that sense, where someone has picked your product up and you've designed something that is made, and that's what you're working on. I
talked with a company last year at Blade that was really interested in seeing my designs, and they were a Chinese company. And I talked with them and went back and forth because I was really trying to be a designer. I've talked with a couple different companies about being a designer for them, and I was told in the most polite way that we're not interested. So I said, cool.
Yeah, there's so talking about Chinese knives, and I will say, unsuspectingly, those people who like to make those cheaper knockoffs out of semi-bias and cheaper material, read the reviews about those knives before you copy them. Fix the things that the community's not buying the knives. I really love. We'll use Microtech as an example. A lot of people love to rip off their designs. Y'all weren't listening to the people that weren't buying the Microtechs because, I'm not military. I'm not first responder. I don't have a reason to own a Microtech. However, in 2019, I went to Blade Show with a specific reason to buy a Blade exclusive knife, and I didn't get it because I didn't like it. That's how I ended up with the Orange Dagger. It sucks this year. I'll be honest. I didn't go after the Microtech knife because I don't like the color palette. I'm not a zombie guy. There's so many brands that I watch my friends purchase, and it just sucks to say it, but whatever. Bag companies are bag companies. But if you buy a Prada bag, I'm not going to say anything. It's a pretty backpack. It's a pretty purse. It's a pretty designer handbag, depending on terminology. But I look at like do you carry a backpack? Like
Not
on everyday
usually.
life? Okay. So I've got coworkers in the EDC world, and we'll keep using that acronym best. Now, EDC meaning someone who carries basically a knife, a wallet, and a gun. Those are the three current EDC challenges at this point for most people. Knives are either too heavy, too big, or you don't have a pocket to carry them in. Gun's going to have the same construct. Very difficult to carry if you don't have the right attire and or something to carry it in. So a lot of people suffer to buy man purses, sling bags, whatever. There's actually a couple of bag makers that were at Blade Show. I was actually quite intrigued. Didn't stop to actually look at it in their product because they didn't have the right size of what I'm looking for next. But Pelican happens to be currently the brand I'm hunting for. The second bag maker would be Hazard Fort. Make something new, something I don't already own. Sorry, guys, I've got 10 of your backpacks. I'm trying to think of how to word it, but like, I don't carry the backpack I carry because I need extra shit in my pocket. I carry the backpack in reason of if I walk into work, I'm not supposed to have my pistol on me, so that backpack holds my CCW. It holds my wallet if I don't need to carry my full wallet. It holds the essentials that I don't need. Now, the essentials I have kept in my pocket, which is like my pocket knife, my super glue, my bigger bottle of super glue sits in my backpack because, well, knife wounds happen. Band-Aids sit in the backpack. I'm going to call it a steak knife because that's my preferred way to talk about items that I will leave if in a bad situation, or I will utilize if I'm at dinner and Outback gives me a dirty knife. Sorry, I'm not saying Outback gives dirty silverware. That wasn't the purpose of that. Just name dropping brand. But if I go somewhere to get a steak and they got a nasty silverware, I'm going to be grabbing that knife, and because it's not a knife out of my pocket. Because like most people that cut tape, residue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. And I don't want to eat it. I'll keep my polycarbons if I can out of my body.
See, that's the whole thing, though. It's like a lot of people look at a lot of my stuff is that, oh, well, it's simplistic. It's designed that way on purpose. My very first knife that I did, the Vertex, which I'm on like V8, I wanted a Santoku chef knife that I could EDC. Thus the Vertex. And it works great with cut and stain.
Falk asked where the wifey was if you didn't respond to her. I assume.
I did.
Okay, that was the reading the book comment?
Yep.
Got it. Just hopped back in because one of my HDMI cable ports is either, I wouldn't say it's bad, but current desktop layup, I've got mirroring monitors instead of extended. So I'm trying to fix that without dropping $300-400. So might need to go elsewhere. Microphone is next.
But it's like exactly what you're saying. Like everything has a specific purpose.
Well, because I'm going to use
Thickness
this.
of my knives are done for a specific purpose. Not necessarily that model, but other knives that I've made.
Well, so one of your knife is actually sitting next to a similar design by a different maker, only because they are a belly blade I like. I like that type of drop point. It's not ultimately my favorite style, but for self-defense and how I was taught to defend myself, it happens to be my favorite for certain types of fighting. Now,
all of my knife designs feel good in forward grip. They also feel good in reverse grip.
Yep.
For a reason.
So, like, the only thing I know when I go to change the handle because of how I'm going to carry this one, and I've already know where I want to carry it, it's going to be my template for finding knives like this to be put in a carrier plate, a front rig, where I already have my first design set, and it's from a scallywag blade. But it's basically how I'm going to mimic holding this sheath on. It's going to go on a shoulder strap of a Hazard 4 bag. Actually, the bag's right behind me. It's a rocket pack, I think is what it's called. Essentially similar to their Plan B, Plan C's, and a few other versions. They've got like 5 or 6 of the same kind of style. But the way I carry my scallywag on that one is essentially a pull-down dagger that if you're unsuspecting, I can get my hands on real quick and then provide fast jabs to get out of a bad situation. Now, most people have zero idea because of how it sits. It, tucked in the beard line. You can kind of see the hemp wrap I put on it because it's a different color for comfort. But the idea behind this one, to take that same idea, make it so that it's a nice quick grab from a self-defense position.
So I'm a
really-
lefty, and every single time that I carry a fixed blade, and it's been this way for a couple of years, I carry it in a lefty position, but I carry it on my right side. And the reason for that is that if I'm carrying, I'm a lefty, so a hand's going to go right down, come back up. This hand is going to go down, grip in reverse, pull straight up. Or either way, however I want to do it.
Right. So there are other content creators that will preach practice and tactics are key to your training. So one of the thing about any knife maker I am currently following, or knife designer, knife company that I buy from or work with, most of them have higher buy-in, so I don't like to work with all of them directly. I like to buy from a midpoint so that I can facilitate a larger, widespread purchase and have more products to play with before I make up my mind on who I'm buying a $5,000 or $10,000 solid purchase from. As someone who makes that every month, it's very difficult for me to say, I'm just going to sink my life savings into this product and this knife and this design just to pray and hope and resale that everybody else likes the idea I have. Now, I don't mind the idea of, this is where I'm getting at with the first website, is reviews, building the product knowledge that's out there. So someone sits there and says, you don't do any product reviews on Black Star Designs. I'm like, have you seen me not on their podcast? Have you seen me not going and talking to them? Now, if you don't see me on their product, you might want to ask me why I don't follow them. I probably won't give you a great answer because I like being more vague about it, only because I feel like the American way exists and you shouldn't talk shit about people's products. Sorry. If I'm talking shit, it's the truth or it's my experience. Not trying to say anything bad about that, but that's just how I feel. And when I build my website, my platform, I'll make those videos and content very clear because I think it's important. But left hand versus right hand draw. What about scout versus horizontal?
Mm-hmm.
Do you switch that up too?
I typically don't because it's what works for me.
So, did you watch John Wick 3?
I haven't seen a single John Wick.
Okay. So, good thing about it not breaking a premise. If you ever decide to watch them, I won't spoil nothing. Go back to the blade, left or right hand draw. One of the things that I've always loved about movies was the uniquely characteristically way they draw a knife or a gun or utilize said weapon. I can expand on this to movies like Blue Collar, where they take a knife like this and they shove it down the spine of a briefcase so that it's hidden through metal detectors and or most basic metal operations. It's a very unique design. They use the Cat 5 knife, which is not my favorite version of their knife, but it's a very good staple that they have going in a lot of their knives. Would I hide my knife there? No. If I was worried about a metal detector, I'm not carrying a piece of metal. FYI, other things can cut. Thank you, Doug McCarter, for stating that and being the voice in my head that always says this will cut, because they rock.
There's only been one made, but there is a G10 Vertex out in the ether, and I know who has it.
Is it a person I'd worth care talking to?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they're a pretty cool person.
Well, I didn't know if I spoke to them currently, but depending on
Probably not. But
if interested and they ever decide to partake with it, make sure they reach out to me as far as the first person or maybe a couple of the first people to talk to about selling it or trading it or whatever.
I should make some more, honestly, because it was a fun build, and it's a literally shit hits the fan. You need to cut once or twice, and then
one of my, I think what the black onyx style blades have been my favorite so far for indiscriminate style blades. Probably the one I carry the most of, and unfortunately, if you do tint detail cars or anything, you're going to realize what these are: plastic razor blades. I don't care who you are, a razor blade will cut you. I haven't met someone's skin that a razor blade won't gut them like a fish. So let's take that into something that can be carried through a metal detector. For those of you who remember history class just a couple years ago, a couple of days ago, plastics could be just as dangerous. Prison systems talk about the spork. It's the mighty totalitarian battle knife. So please understand, polymer plastics are only going to become more and more acceptable for 3D printing and etc. items that are going to become more and more dangerous as things are developed. And plastics are more and more developed, and things are more and more done. 3D printing, learning. I don't know if you've paid attention to everything that I jumped into in the last 2 years, but yeah, we've been adding 3D printing, modeling, all of it, because if you can create the full design and manufacture at least the build process or facilitate what they need to create, manufacturers start loving you, and that's where we'll say certain companies are now going to advertise the manufacturing warehouses that we need to use. Like, I currently use a patch maker to make some of my patchwork, just because I don't have the time to facilitate the drawing, to make the artwork changes, to make the proofs, to cut the conversations. I just go, hey buddy, this is your project, here's some designs, change what you need, and just thumbs up, hey, okay, let's push it out the door. Let's just be happy with it. Some designs have not gotten designed because of that. Other designs from other makers have absolutely flourished because I've given them hints on things to make that are popular. But it's not my community building that grow, so I don't care for the profit.
I've actually been turned down from 2 or 3 companies because the idea that I had was too ambitious.
What made you turn it down?
No, they turned me down.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misheard. That's why I wasn't waiting. How did I mishear this?
Because my idea is crazy, and it shouldn't be that hard to do. But this was several years ago when I was talking with a couple of people, and they were like, "Yeah, that's not something that we could even remotely do." And I'm like, "Well, you should."
Well, so one of the things that I would say a lot of makers really are very maybe against or not against, but a lot of it has to relate to the retention and use, or for some makers, how often it's going to break, how well it's made. It's made in America or China or whatever.
Oh no, I'm just talking about patches.
Okay, was it a specific design?
Kind of.
Okay, I need context there, good sir. because like I
the-
know China patch makers that'll run pretty much anything. I know some collab artists that are more bashful about doing stuff versus other ones. You mentioned Grumpy, who are
So the idea was that you would have, depending on the size, about 12 patches that would all fit together that would make a larger design.
okay. So seeing 3 that way so far. 2 of the issues that I've seen come from that are we'll use Terrible Threads as the go-to for this one in the States. I don't know if you follow Terrible Threads at all.
I do not.
Okay, so Terrible Threads made the physical map of the U.S. Each individual state is its each individual patch.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
They did that for a while.
Oh, he's still doing it.
Oh shit.
So I actually still follow him and still buy from him. I will gladly say on your vlog that there are 2 people that will never have complete maps in this world. I'm sorry. You can either suck it up or sell me your maps. That's how this is going to play out. I'm going to hold on to your 3 fucking states in all of them according to the Southwest. Sorry. Not sorry. But getting at it would be so somebody did the states, and I love Terrible Threads for doing it, but the second one that I saw that was really really well portrayed, that I don't know, I would say he's still doing well in the pickup, are his yin yangs from Casa Designs. There's a couple other guys, I just don't know specifically the websites to go to or the brand names. I think one of them was like Toyota Patches or something to that effect, that was making like a buildable set of some sort that linked together. I don't really know if I want to call it a roadmap at all, but something to that effect.
Greg is the maker from Toyota Patch Code.
Well, I knew who the maker was. I don't know the website on which he sells.
We're not gonna say the website because he is
It was
fantastic.
because I know one of his. He's a what now?
He's a fantastic person.
Oh no, I agree.
Absolutely love to advertise for him. But I get what you're saying. You're doing examples of it.
Right. I don't know him that well because I just realized that the conversation me and him had like 4 or 5 years ago landed in a spam box on my Facebook, and I felt bad. So I had to apologize to him. But I thought he hated me because I tried to go in on one of his super limited drops and I never got an answer from him. And I felt like an a-hole 4 years later. He goes, no, I never heard a response from him. I was like, I'm an a-hole. My bad, bro.
It happened.
Oh, but apparently it happens more to the makers, which, like, I have a business on Facebook that I use multi-tier marketing to help promote, and I've always done it and I love it. It's an easy business, but at the biggest end of the day, the reason why I use the multi-marketing is simple. I am a male selling women products. That is dumb. I am not Victoria's Secret. I'm not trying to make you anything uncomfortable. I just want to make a sale. So I made items that are very specifically vague and obtuse. Some that mostly were events and crafts that a wife and kid can do. Daughter's Day, Mother's Day. I built a perpetual build cycle and made them essentially a destructible product. The product was never meant to live very long. So nail strips, powders, cosmetical stuff, bath bombs. We dabbled in purses. Purses were hit or miss, and a lot of it was my sister likes the little mini backpacks. Not a lot of people like them. And then the ones that sell well are complete ripoffs of other people's designs and or products, and that's how we know about cease and desist letters. Let's not play stupid games and make stupid prices.
I
They
remember the conversation that we had about one of your favorite cease and desist letters.
we make decisions, late night postings. It happens.
The big company.
You just don't post at 3 o'clock when you've been enjoying smoothies of the adult variety and think you're typing in the right name, because the autistic-tism will come out in you and you will label things wrong and you will screw yourself. Oops. It happens. I've only done it twice. Thanks
Hey,
to
if I were you getting a cease and desist letter from that company, I would frame it as ignorable. Because that means you were at least on their radar.
So here's the weird part. I don't specifically know if I was on their radar. It's gonna sound really weird to word it that way, because
It was the nail strips, wasn't it?
well, that was one of two designs. That was the one that got me caught. The one before that I learned from someone else. So I learned the valuable lesson on how to not screw myself. That's where I say, like, for most people, late night posting can get dangerous. That's where it's the weird volume, because like the first one I did was I was going after a Marvel comic book character. It was before the purchase of Marvel or the acquisition of Marvel, and I was gung-ho about what I had read and the existence of this said logo. And the said logo's been adopted by other branches and other communities. And it is not a designed logo that was set in stone to be a monumental logo for this said character or said persona in said comic book affiliation. But what I realized in that was you can make a slight alteration. Monster was really good about this for shutting down energy drink companies because of the logo. If you mimicked their logo a hair too close, they would sue you. Well, what you realize in the big D characters or the Live Long and See characters, they literally have lawyers on retainer. The lawyers' jobs are to find people like us, to prey on us that we won't catch their cease and desist letters within 30 days, and they'll be able to actually sue us. Because at the end of the day, yes, Disney's paying their $5,000, $20,000 retainer, but the way that those guys actually get paid is off the commission of doing the lawsuits. So they'll build the structures just to use AI or search terms or hot buttons, keywords, whatever terms you want to use to sort you out. This is where I said being specific on how you type things out. So your basic person who knows that they want to sell, let's say, a Disney princess character, are not going to name them after Disney princess characters if they've gotten this letter once or twice. I'll say once. Other cease and desist letters will say like the big C characteristics. You just leave them the fuck alone. You don't play that game anymore because the logo's too wrapped up into the majority of what that character is. This is Mickey Mouse. You leave him the fuck alone. Hello Kitty. You leave him the fuck alone because it's too easy to find it in the wide world of web. And then if you read the algorithms and then you read, oh my God, my favorites, the policies on Facebook, everything you post is now their entity. Who do you think one of their number one advertisers and purchasers of said information is? Disney. Disney will buy that information because it's telling them how to sell you product. Simple. But that also puts you on their radar because if you are using their product to sell cross-contaminating, it's a problem. It's not a problem, though, if you customize the product. This is where Hanks were a thing for me that didn't matter. If you made a Hank and you were buying it from Joann's or Michael's or Hobby Lobby, there was no copyright law. Everybody was playing fair. Right? Right. So then, like you said, printing became everyone's go-to source. Or if they didn't print, they became embroiderers. Again, hats off to makers that became embroiderers and stayed true to the community. There's only
We have had it happen a couple times through the website that we have used that we had a design and they wouldn't print it. Because, well, that's too close to X. And I get it. But there is a little thing within mass media law where you can copy said things as long as you change them a little bit and you're using is it comedic use or
so okay. So there's like 4 terms. That's why I started doing this. Is it's no longer a white line or a gray line at that point in time. Your creative arts and or paying homage to said designer maker. My favorite example to this, anybody in the community that watches movies, this would be the based on a true story. 10% of information is based on a true story, and most likely that movie. If it is a biography or something more historical, it's going to be worded differently and is going to have a greater spectrum of more truth to the story. Spectrum also stipulates they won or didn't win depending on the history that you're about to watch. I don't watch most American history about wars. It's very favored. But I digress. The time and purpose? Is that where I want to go with that? I'm like, I need to stop because I'm going to go on a tangent.
fair use is the doctrine underneath copyright law.
Okay, I mean that might be a better term than my time and use in a sense where I wanted to go with that. But if you're paying homage to an idol or character or build, it makes sense. But the profits have to go to the right places, and that's where, as a society, we want the taxes and all the abolishment of paying someone royalties and fees all to go away. However, I would tell you that's why you will find out certain artists aren't on certain streaming platforms is because royalties aren't paid properly. That's just a solid note on that because even YouTube has, I don't know if they've been in violation or have had any trouble issues with that. I know that everybody likes to complain about everything when it comes to money, so I try to stick clear to those arguments. But
well, the thing that I don't understand about YouTube is that you have to pay royalties for songs. YouTube has all the songs. While you're streaming on YouTube, if you play a song from YouTube, they'll shut you down. What?
So that's what I've been trying to figure out because one of the two things that I was trying to figure out in this video channel construct of talking to you, Zach, and then what I'm currently building is a lot of the YouTube channels I watch. I wouldn't say most of the ones I subscribe to, but probably a fair majority are lo-fi or music stations that are long hour productions of just straight music playing. I feel like that idea to loop with a background on some of the guys that I follow in, I'm not going to say EDC communities, but camping or overlanding. One of the guys that I follow is from Japan. He does a lot of off-grid camping where it's him in a fucking tent in like a hurricane. It's insane, but we'll call it ASMR because I don't know what the actual term is. But it's literally just his camera facing outside of the tent in like this nightmarish rainstorm, and all he's got dubbed in the background is like lo-fi music or the rain falling. So I feel like there's a way that some of the royalties and involvement of YouTube isn't as successful versus some others. I just don't know where those things lie yet. But I've heard the complaint of them being very strict about certain songs, especially like I know AC/DC is one of the heaviest, being Highway to Hell. They charge like $250,000 or $500,000 for that song to be played in any type of movie or some crap.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, if there is a special that's done on Netflix and you have a Netflix account and you decide to put it on StreamYard to put it on YouTube, they will shut your shit down.
Oh yeah, Netflix would be very protected in that sense. But isn't there? It's gonna sound stupid because I don't know the website platform that works. But isn't there a website platform that does like video chat like that though? Like where you can have 30, 40 people on a video chat?
Probably.
No, not the one that starts with the zebra, but like because the one before the zebra existed, my friend who's a introvert used to body double using like AOL video camera chat stuff.
Have a good night, Brown.
Offering. I don't know specifically that we'll say company because I never paid attention to the website. I was socially active back then. But I feel like there's still a lot more platforms that could be utilized for that type of sharing or movie nights.
I mean, I just wanted to see if I could do it. I thought it was funny that they shut me down.
Well, fair. Like, well, so to get an idea, you got to think how when I started jumping in on your channel with the shop, I can't have the shop playing like I want it to. I'll get shut down because I ain't paying royalties for crap. I'll put a list at the bottom and they go, hey, if y'all want to know what's playing right now, time and section playlist on my YouTube channel. Y'all can go get through, get the likes and royalties that way. This unfortunately is just playing in the background. It's my noise. Sorry, your white noise is my noise. But I don't feel like that's going
to. Much
be
as I appreciate talking with you, man, I gotta jump off here.
Dude, later. I'm up for a few more hours, so I gotta be at work in like 3, so I'll probably not go to sleep tonight.
Jesus.
Business, sir. Stuff
right,
to do.
Man. Appreciate having you on.
Yeah, brother. Later.
Guys, everybody out there still paying attention to us. We appreciate y'all. Thank you for the support. Stay sharp and don't do anything that I want to do. And if you do, don't get caught. Deuces.